Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're back with a bang after 2 weeks away. Oh wow, what can we say? It was an absolutely epic start to the season. I'm Tim Coxon, fresh off the plane from Munich after ESL R1. Alex Simpson, he's back with us.
Hello.
Wow.
I'm not sure about fresh off the plane,
maybe not so
but
fresh.
off the plane.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, no, it's not. It's nice to tap off. That's always nice and helpful.
There we go. Should be able to hear me now. And, well, should we take a little bit of a reminder, just what happened 2 weeks ago at Spa? Let's have a look.
Let's get ready to go racing for the first time this season in the ASUS ARL Endurance League, as we are green at Spa and we are go. And Pure Sims, they're going to lead the way with Sabout next to them as they're green, and the Sabout car getting absolutely engulfed here, and they could lose 2 places, but it's a GTD. I love the sound, don't you? Different engines, it never fails to disappoint.
Seems like there was battling in sort of second and third place, and we've got 3 wide down the Kemmel Straight, something I think we'll
Trying to get out of the way, but what a sight to behold across the start-finish line.
Oh, that is a bit of a cluster.
You don't want to be that BMW right now, locked into that mid-pack, as you've got, well, left, right, centre, front, back, absolutely surrounded, harassed, harangued. They're 3 wide, trying to squeeze their way through the through the GTD traffic.
Yeah.
That is a frightening place to be, because you've got a big stream of traffic.
God, look at that view. No, what is going on?
So it was that one little moment. Now they're nearly 5.5 seconds down the road from Sabout, who I'm about to say in second, but I think they're about to lose it. As here comes Delatraz.
Let's see if they're going for a move and they're going for a short stint this time, or they're going to try and save fuel. It looks like they're going for it. Yeah, straight for a move, aggressive.
And we've not reached that part of the race, haven't we? There's RD being style, I mean, firm but fair, and then clearing all the way. Oh, that was no code.
That would make sense as to why Archie and RD Simsports are way down there.
Oh, hold on, that's whoa. That's Simufy Esports, who were in second. Right, now this is where it gets interesting.
Nice, Todd on his own.
Just caught a bit too much of the gravel on the exit, really is pushing hard. He goes defensive to the inside. It's Netrex right around the outside of Blanchimon as they squeeze Effect down low. And here comes Fiercely Forward, trying to find their way past. Can't get it done again. It's divided Netrex.
Yeah, Arnage obviously on that slightly alternate strategy. As talking about alternate strategies, here they come.
Right, Pure Sims are into the pits. Could this hand, has the Effect done enough here? So this is going to be close.
It's not a million miles off, but
this is going to be close.
They're comfortable.
Yeah? There's moving across, and there's 2 different battles going on right now. There's Delatraz car down low in LMP2 there, squeezing all the way right round the outside. Well, there's so Sympathy ahead of Netrex, so they've got the move done there through the corner. Something's happened to the P2 of Effect Simulation, because Walk Race Reds come past them, and I think they've had an incident, because look, they're going to lose another place, and that's put them off the podium.
What's happened to Paul?
A squirrel in the acceleration. They are the first ever winners in the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship. Pure Sims are going to win in LMP2.
Manatee have crossed the line as well. I'm not sure if
they have. So Manatee, Arnage, and Sabout Esports 91 are your podium.
Well, it was dramatic, it was exciting, and probably just about the right amount of craziness to make it an absolutely sprawling 3 hours.
Yeah, it was. Obviously, racking the brain a little bit of so much has gone on over the last.
Yeah, you've had a busy couple of weeks, haven't you?
Yeah, no, it was a great start to the season, and I think we had a bit of everything like we thought we had, racing all over the pack. We said that at the start of the broadcast, that there's going to be someone for everyone to race, and there really was the whole way through. We had some great overtakes, some interesting accidents and things like that, but not too many, to be fair. I don't think the stewards had that much to do. We didn't see that many calls for drive-throughs and things like that, so let's see what we get at Watkins.
Well, you mentioned about the drive-throughs, because Spa is synonymous for its off-tracks in sim racing. So tough and so easy to pick them up, and like you say, hardly any drive-throughs. So I think that's really, really promising sort of for the season ahead, if they can manage that at a track like Spa with how close and fierce, competitive the racing was. Everything else is going to be a walk in the park in comparison. But let's take a little look at the championship standings, of course, in the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Series, and first across into LMDH. And well, Race Clutch, well, like our partners ASUS, I mean, dominate with the best. Well, they absolutely dominated the best, clear of everyone, and well, that's why they picked up the victory. GE Sports Racing Team in second, with Simifi in third, Netrex and Fiercely Forward making up that top 5. Of course, you know, everything's still really, really close. We've only got through one round so far this season. Across into LMP2, your top 5 from there is Pure Sims. Well, I mean, they look really, really strong. Walk Racing Red picked up a late second place due to the effect car, obviously having a bit of an incident late on in the race, about 5 minutes from the end. Then Core Sim Racing, then of course they promoted up onto the podium in third, with effect dropping down to fourth, and Brabham Esports making up the top 5. Into GTD now. Well, I mean, that's close as you like, still, as you'd imagine. Maniti leading the way there, Arnage second, Saybelt, Astro, and the Saybelt 92 machine to make up that top 5. But, I mean, we were saying about how close and competitive it was. GTD, that could go absolutely any way this season. It was so close for so much of the race. They kept ebbing and flowing as well. Yeah,
I mean, I think to some extent any of them can. I mean, I know that that Race Clutch looked very, very strong out there in LMDH, but actually I think the other teams proved that they've got really good pace and things like that. So maybe there were some interesting strategy calls that didn't come to a sort of fruition in the last one. We were hoping and praying. Was it a few laps from the end, and didn't they get wrecked? I can't remember who it was who was going for the one less pit stop.
Yes, yes, that'll come to me in a minute.
Brain teaser for you there.
Yes,
yeah. Like that. So I still think we've got some. I think that will make interesting for a few people if they're struggling, perhaps with a bit of pace. Then maybe they'll think alternate strategy and things like that. And the P2 class, just looked very, very close anyway. So I think, they're all wide open. You said about the points being quite close, but actually only a 6-round championship, so
you've got to take them one at a time.
I was about to say, but then I don't feel like they're going to separate much, like you might see, like with the 10 and 12 round championships.
And talking about taking things while they're presenting the opportunity for you, that wasn't all that was up for grabs last week. Of course, we had the Stormforce Spotlight for the most exciting moments of the race, and well, trying to hold it. What was available for last time?
So, of course, do my QVC impression again.
There we go. The Strix Scope NX keyboard was up for grabs. Let's take a little look at the 2 clips that we had up on social media being voted for as the best from last round. Now, of course, just looking back to this part of the race, Alex, I mean, the opening stages, it was just frantic, wasn't it? You've got to feel for those GTDs.
Yeah, was this the first time through
That
traffic?
was indeed, yes. It was.
I remember, actually, I feel like it was a couple of times through, actually, because I remember these guys being just, manically racing, trying to get through, darting one way or another, so, but, in fairness to the guys, they managed to get through that whole section without any kind of real contact, so that was crazy.
It was, and I mean, as you said, it was just, you could feel it brewing, you could feel it in the waters. There was something going to go wrong in a big, big fashion, but it just didn't. And what an amazing piece of racecraft, craftsmanship to be able to carve your way through the field like that with so many people around you and so much at stake. And Spa, it may well be, a FIA Grade 1 track, an international circuit, but especially around there, it's quite narrow. It's old school.
And these aren't like, F1 cars and things like that going around there. They're big GT3s, and the prototypes are not small either. So to get them 2-3 wide in places like that for so long, and then to maximise and actually gain some positions out of that was it was a good job. That's for sure.
That most certainly was indeed. And well, of course, let's take a look at the prizes we've got up for grabs for the rest of the season. Right now, of course, we've got the keyboard, which we've already mentioned. We've also got the mouse and the mouse pad. The headset, now that's up for grabs this week. I'll got one of those on the desk. We'll show you that very shortly. But of course, for the drive, for a team, it's going to go to a draw. All the teams without any incident points, well, incident penalties throughout the season, they've got the smartwatch. Right, here it is. That is up for grabs, all fully sealed. Like we were saying, funnily enough, earlier before the show. Love to get it out and show you, but no, as we're preventing those itches, that's remaining completely sealed. And there is the lovely headset. That is what is up for grabs today. And, well, I'd love to know where it's going to come from in terms of the action. But this is, well, tonight we're across to Watkins Glen. And anything can happen. I think anything will happen. Yeah,
Watkins usually makes for some great racing, I think. Fast, action-packed. Obviously, high-speed circuit, lots of downforce needed. So it should be interesting. I'm expecting, obviously, some good moves coming sort of, after that long straightaway section up the hill. Maybe it might be a record avoidance up that hill. That's... We see a record too, I think, at Watkins Glen with the barriers. So yeah, if someone just manages to dart their way through, that could be worthy of a headset, I think.
Oh, most certainly. But that is not all that is up for grabs this season. I feel like Santa, this is the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it? We've got Apex Racing Academy subscriptions, we've got SDK Gaming subscriptions, as well as some good old-fashioned hard cash, and of course, nice trophies for our championship winners as well in each of the classes to boot.
I think I said this last time. We did all right in terms of
shabby, have we,
getting a little haul of prizes together. But yeah, so I think there's a few people, I've seen them on social media, that have got their trophies all lined up. There's a few sort of repeat winners now and things like that. So yeah.
But none of them.
It's a simple thing, but it's nice to get a trophy
in their cabinet, because it's a brand new championship.
Yep.
And well, it's just been a bit of a no-name to discovery with, well, what a calendar. Let's take a little look. Of course, as we mentioned, Sprat last week. We're at Watkins across in America this week, ahead of the Watkins Glen 6 hour. That's next weekend on iRacing. Monza, Le Mans, of course, the real-life Le Mans on this weekend. Road America, Road Atlanta. Wow. All the classics crammed into one 6-round season.
Yep. Yeah, I like them all. So Sam did well. I would definitely have
let him off that one.
Wanted to race this championship if I was involved in it.
It will definitely indeed. And well, let's talk about Watkins Glen today. I mean, we've dipped our toes into the water on this one. As you said, down to turn 1, the 90, of course, a 90-degree corner. Then it's up through the S's and the scene of many a meme in iRacing. So easy for the track to get blocked through there.
It is, yeah. I think the first time through the traffic, as you can just kind of see us going through there now, that's always the rough ride that everyone has. It's just everybody fighting for some sort of position there. So yeah, that is going to be tricky on the first lap for sure. And then yeah, through the
Bus stop chicane.
Yeah, they call it. It's not the cut through carousel. Yeah. Well, cut through, and then you've got the carousel, haven't you, as well, which is yeah, another great corner as well. So
many different lines available through there as well for passing traffic, but realistically, most of this circuit, it's great for multi-class racing.
Yeah, exactly, and I think the chicane makes it all the more interesting as well when you're coming at it through the classic layout that's just kind of flat. It is kind of one line because you're carrying that much more speed through the corner. So, but yeah, and then the sort of the famous sort of boot section. So you've got the chute, lots of camber, allows you to get on the corner nice and early, into the toe. Again, another tricky corner. You start off quite wide and try and bring it in through the corner. Use the repaved section to sort of maximise the grip through there, and then got your run down into the hill. Again, tricky little corner. I have to confess, I don't think it's as tricky as it used to be after the repave. I think they've sort of tamed that just a little bit. And then the very, very awkward part when you rejoin the classic layout as well. That horrible adverse camber you get on that 90 left is
Since
terrible.
The repave, it is a little bit better, that sort of that bump that used to be right in the middle of the corner, but even so, it's so easy, especially on cold tyres, to lose that rear end round there.
Yeah, Yeah, and then the final 2 corners, you know, fantastic. The final turn is always interesting because you're trying to get as close to the sort of the curbing on the right. Again, a little bit more helpful now after the repave because it's not like it's not an actual curb.
No.
You know, so you don't bounce off it quite as much, but you can still get pushed wide into the wall on the exit there as well. So yeah, interesting track, and you have to really push the limits of every last little inch of the circuit to sort of maximise the lap.
I mean, you can see why, you know, NASCAR, F1 even back in the day, you know, pretty much every racing category has raced here because it's just such a great circuit, and well, a bit of a crying shame it's not appreciated more within World Motorsport because you never get a dull race here whatsoever. And well, looking ahead, obviously we've got the BOP change. Obviously iRacing's next season update always kicks in week 13, which we're currently in right now. So some few changes. Of course, the LMDH, they've now can go around about 5 laps longer on their fuel, which I would imagine, especially you'd know more so myself being the team manager, going to open up maybe 1 or 2 more opportunities in terms of fuel strategy.
I think it will do. I mean, maybe the sort of the quirky strategy that we're talking about, I think it's almost going to be a no-brainer now, right? Everyone's going to do that because you don't need to save too much for that. So I think that's kind of a standard that's going to happen, one less pit stop perhaps. Yeah, week 13 always interesting with sort of BOP changes. I imagine this is going to be due to the announcement of the new LMDH that we have.
Cadillac coming along.
Exactly, and then I feel like that's probably why they've mixed it up a little bit, so perhaps got some more up-to-date data off the Cadillac that says, well, actually we can go this long, and they're just kind of matching that with the BMW just so that they're fairly competitive.
I mean, the Cadillac sounds absolutely amazing. There's no question on that, of course. As well, the increase, I believe, up to 8 cars as well, now coming within ESS and IMSA in iRacing. And as well, to boot, they've got it within, I was reading the other day on Twitter, that they've got it within the data and all the sound recorded to have the cars launch out of the pit box in under electric deployment and then kick in the good old internal combustion engine as they're rolling down the pit lane, like you have in real life, just trying to implement the into the code and get it done.
Yeah,
I was going
to say that'd be amazing. I mean, I really am not a fan of the hybrid stuff, but if they're going to do it and they're going to do it properly, you know, it's kind of cool. It is different. It is kind of cool.
Anyway, enough about that. I think we've got qualifying just getting underway, so I think it's time to add to a little bit of an advert right now. And myself and Alex will head across trackside, be live for qualify, and then 3 hours of racing. Do not go anywhere. See you shortly.
Welcome back, welcome back. Wow. Qualifying just getting underway right now. And then we're going to be heading across into mention 3 hours of racing. It's going to be fascinating, to say the least. As mentioned. Well, it's looking like Race Clutch dominating again, as always, up and top in qualifying right now. We're leading the way with a 1:27.71. They're currently fiercely forward yellow. They're lying second in qualifying right now with the fiercely forward black. The team right behind them, that's your top 3 in LMDH. In LMP2, it's Walk Racing red. Of course, that Solid result for them last time out. Pure Sims, the winners from LMP2 last time out. They're currently lying second in class right now. But I say that, just as Andy Dawson for effect just pops it into second place. As for GTD, it's looking like Arnage there. Provisional pole sitters there with Shara Esports and Aerokinetics making out your top 3. And well, they only this short qualifying 10 minutes in hole. We're already 5 minutes in deep, and well, you already see there's Marto of Race Clutch. Ran incredibly well earlier on this season in the Apex Racing Academy F4 Championship. Incredibly dominated that. Dominant in F3 as well. Moving across into the hypercars. Bit of an increase in power and demand in the car, but well, he's looked really well at home as the Dutchman. 0.2 faster than Fiercely Forward Yellow. And well, Simifi, another team to mention, exactly, look at that, exactly half a second off the pace. Couldn't do that one again if they tried whatsoever. As they come through now, it's going to be an absolutely fascinating race, as we mentioned. So close, undoubtedly, within the field. As well as, of course, it's going to be so treacherous in these opening laps as everyone tries to make their way through the forward. So we see Beckham Juicer there, Fiercely Forward Yellow, the American team, making their way through, up through the toe. Was just trying to get some heat into those front tyres. Really, really working hard. Of course, we've got close qualifying here in this session, so no other cars to have to worry about, and that's going to make things a little bit easier, especially with this format. Of course, we had a maximum grid capacity in this series, and that has, well, made it all the more interesting. It sold out in record time, and we, well, I mean, you've just got to love the appreciation, this society. You know, everyone came out and said, yes, please, we want to be part of this. First ever season, and you know, thank you as well to the backing of Stormforce Gaming and ASUS as well. Their kind prizes that they've offered up. It's just made it all the more special. We're getting into the depths of qualifying. 3 minutes left on the clock. If you want to get your last lap in, everyone trying to head out on track right now. As well, we see the Arnage competition car, current leader in GTD. They've only got a tenth to their advantage. Nikos Rubila currently in the helm for them. He heads out and up and around. Needs to dig deep, find something else to try and expand this lead that they've got right now. Try to make things secure. So let's not forget that Sabout 91 machine, the BMW. Well, it's currently a BMW 123 right now because Shara Esports, Luca Alpert has taken that, cut the 305 car to third place. That's Rublar just parking it there, so that's looking like it's done and dusted for him. So we now back to the Effect 908 machine. Love to hear the scream of that Gibson V8 in the back of that LMP2. Clips the curves. Trying to take as much as you can on entry. Skim the wall before having down through the carousel. I love the way the car just grips and hooks up through there. Playing curb on the exit. And then, I tell you what, for the shoot here, it's a bit tricky, isn't it? It's so easy to get the front end wash out on you. Well, at least from my rubbish standards, that's what I find anyway.
Yeah, I think, especially in this boot section, that is definitely the trouble.
It is, and, well, really winding things up. Welcome along. You see us live in the commentary booth. Just behind us, we've got Sam and Pete, our live stewarding that we've got for every single round here this season.
Sam and Pete, give us a wave. Give us a wave. Whee.
There they are. There they are. That is mission control, so to speak, and making all the live decisions, affecting all the penalties that are given throughout the race. And there's already a couple that have picked up penalties from...
It doesn't surprise me. It's, you know, Sam said he was going to be ruthless.
And he is.
So a couple of teams have registered, and of course we've got a full grid, right? So if you register the wrong and 2 cars have been registered, you're taking a place of somebody else. You know that may have turned up a little bit late, admittedly, or not late, but you know, not as early as them.
But yeah, it's a shame.
And they won't get in. So yeah, that is a shame.
Fashionably late. To the phrases. Just on board with another of the effect cars, one of the teams that have brought numerous cars to this series, and this is the LMDH of Robin Mass. But I say that as that's looking like are we done and dusted already in qualifying? I think we've got to be, haven't we? I mean, that blew by in the blink of an eye. Let's take a well. There you go. There's confirmation. Here's your grid as Race Clutch start from pole once again. And they've got Fiercely Forward Yellow joining them on the front row. And then we've got Simufe and the other Fiercely Forward car, the Black Machine. They start from the second row. Row 3, that's got G Esports Racing Team and Effect Simulation 909, with row 4 being made up from Delta V Racing and RD Sim Sports. On to row 5, it's NetRex with Scuderia Volpe Verde. It rolls off the tongue so well. Magic Arrow, they've got Clash with them. Now, Clash ran incredibly well, involved in a lot of incidents, as Scuderia Volpe, Viola and MA70 make up the last complete row, with North Sim Racing rounding out your 15-car grid in LMDH. Into LMP2, it's Walk Racing Red running well for them. They're joined by the Effect 908 Machine. They didn't have the best of start last time out, and of course that incident inside the last 5 minutes really hurt them badly. Looking for redemption is Andy Dawson. Pure Sims, they're joined by Core Sim Racing. Of course, Pure Sims winner from last time out at Spa. And then it's an all-alpha esports row with Cyro Zambra. He ran, well, your reigning champion in the F4 series here at Apex Racing Leagues and obviously Apex Racing Academy. He is one to watch out for, that Swiss driver. He's got the fellow Alpha Esports car. This is by G Performance alongside them on row 3. Row 4, that is Brabham Esports Hissing Sid with the Absolute Motorsports car. On to row 5 in LMP2. That's got Brabham Esports with the Sabout Esports 90 machine. Delatrav Automotive, of course, saw them earlier on in the Storm Force Spotlight. They've got the second LMP2, for effect. It's the 906 machine. It's Delta Sports. They've got Walk Racing Yellow with them. On to row 7. Row 8 being Hydra Race, Geodesic Racing and Arctic Racing. Row 9 and LMP2, your last complete row is No Limit Sim Racing Academy with ATRS Academy next to them. And Walk Racing Blue going to round out your grid in LMP2. Into GTD, it's Arnage Competition with Sabout making up your front row. A complete lockout for BMW on that front row there. Then it's Share Esports with Valkyrie Competition. On to row 2. Row 3, that sees Maniti line up alongside Aerokinetics. There's two big names for you. That's going to be a real fight between those two cars in the opening stages. Impulse, they're alongside Delatraz on row 4. Row 5 sees the two Sabout cars, the 92 and the 93 on row 5, and ran out the top 10 in GTD. Row 6, there's Junkos Hollinger Esports with Effect Simulations. And then we've got Astro Racing and Delta V number 2, with row 8 being STK E-Racing Team and the second Delta V, but although it's the number 1 machine starting directly behind the number 2. Then we've got Dutch Sim Racing and Core Sim Racing on row 9, and row 10 in GTD being 3 Rapscott Corsa and also Exxon ID Racing Team to round out your grid. Stacked, packed, ready to go. And all behind the Porsche 911 safety car. Not far away from going green, going racing here from Watkins Glen. 3-hour race distance. It's going to be fast. It's going to be furious, for sure. And wow, the catchphrase, as I mentioned early on for ASUS, is dominate with the best. Who is going to dominate here at Watkins Glen? Who's going to bring it home? Will it be the likes of Pure Sims? Will it be Race Clutch? Will it be Arnage? Or are we going to see someone new rise to the top? It's just seeing the GTDs. Let's make it. Now this week they've been told to just make it a little bit closer. Of course, very quickly the LMDH is caught up with the GTDs last time out of Spa, and of course Watkins Glen being a much shorter circuit, so everyone's just been asked to just keep these gaps a little bit closer than what we had last time out to ensure that they're not caught. Well, still going through their formation lap. Well, being narrowly caught, that's the last thing we want, because that would be everyone tripping up over one another, and definitely a bit of a frantic moment for sure. But our leaders just about to head through now, just 2 corners left, and safety car will pull it. Of course, pit entrance pretty much comes on the final corner here. That could prove a little bit of a trepidation point during the race. There's some of the cars as they come to enter the pits, but here we go. As they back up the field, as Marto for race clutch takes control. Porsche 911 safety car in. Let's get ready to go racing from Watkins Glen, the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Series, as we are green and we are going. Marte just backing up the pack massively there and almost just shouldering across the fiercely forward yellow car of Beckham Jessier, and well, you can see it's worked to great effect, but there's a spinner there. I think that might be the effect car off into the barriers already, down into turn 1, the 90 as they come up through the S's, and everyone just making their way through, playing it relatively safely for the moment in the infield. As you see the drone picking that up across into LMP2 as they get going, and well, everyone jockeying for position. You can see the GTDs, they're just about to get underway. They're going to be a lot closer than what the LMP2s were to the LMDHs, but well, much more cleaner affair in the LMP2. A bit of scrapping it obviously in the top class, but everyone making their way through. If they can get through the S's safely in GTDs, you see they are away racing, and well, these guys, they know how to play it cool, know how to play it calm as they head down the back straight in LMP2, and still people moving around, jockeying for position in the midfield. But I think we've got away relatively calmly, Alex.
I'm wondering if you're speaking a little bit too soon. But here we come as the GTDs coming into the bus stop as well. There, no. Someone just exit stage right there, I think. I'm not quite sure what happened. I don't know if there was contact, but that engine is done, so that must have been a pretty heavy hit.
I think that might have been the Simify car, because they've lost a lot of... so no, apologies, no, I think that's who it was in LMDH. Not too sure it was in GTD. We'll keep you up to speed with exactly on who that was, but we're seeing now just making their way through the toe and through up towards the hill. It was Valkyrie apparently in GTD who got caught up in that one, as Arnage lead the way. Meanwhile, up in front, so Race Clutch, they still lead in LMDH. Walk Racing Red lead in LMP2. Arnage lead in GTD. So no change in the top positions whatsoever for now, but this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. We've still got a long, long way to go. We've got a lot of racing to do. It's just up the inside there. That's a bit of a change for position in LMDH, as the Delta V-Com of Thomas Lackenmayer just making real progress, already at 4 places so far. So it's the Netrex car of Jakob Reidecker and the 196 machine making really, really good progress. It's the fiercely forward black, while currently fiercely backwards. They're down 2 places at Aiden Young. And the American not having the best of start at his home race, that's for certain. And it's down into LMP2 right now. And wow, the car that started well on 6th has made its way up into 4th. That's the Alpha Esports by G Performance car. And everyone looking relatively calm all the way down through the midfield here. Starting to play and make their way through, but it's going to be interesting when we of course have that first pass of traffic, which is already getting underway right now. It's where it becomes really, really treacherous. We saw that last time out at Spa. The car's tripping up, and well, I think that's the recovering car there of Simify. And this is so tricky because you don't have the blue flags to help you out either.
No, true. As Tim just Tim loses it just a little bit.
Just my voice going already. I mean, it's a bit worrying, isn't it? We're only 4 minutes in.
Yeah, good job. The commentator cam's not on you now.
Yeah.
As well. Keep it off. Keep it off. Keep it off.
It's all good. We're getting down to business here, so it's all looking really promising so far. But it's going to get so interesting when these guys come through those GTDs. I know we spoke about it a little bit earlier on. I mean, still jockeying for position, that's for sure. To see clash there, really well. Trying to remember the clash, but that's M870 just in front of him now. Eric Veazey, he's made a cracking start. He's at 4 places so far. I mean, made up a couple of them due to Majigaro and Simifi dropping places. Obviously, Simifi, they headed into the pits, not the start they would have wanted whatsoever. However, you know, up there on merit, that is definitely for sure. I mean, LMP2 right now, scrap well underway in that. That's the Alpha Blue, Alpha Esports Blue car, the Cyro Zambra. And just looking a little bit uncomfortable right now. I mean, so many names that we've had throughout all different championships. That's Sir Newman behind him, the German. Not the start he would have hoped for. He's started off the 4th down to 6th so far. For course, sim racing, just look back from Sambro, who's one. I mean, he's incredibly quick, this young man, definitely is. And, well, I mean, really being tested here. Didn't have so much of a test, had a lot of raw pace in Apex Racing Academy F4, so it's definitely up. Ooh, hello, who's that? Oh, no, that's the Clash Machine in LMDH that's come off the road. And that is what I'm just trying to work out whereabouts that is. Is that down into the carousel? Yes, it is.
Yeah, not quite sure how he got out there. So we just caught the aftermath of that, unfortunately.
The only place I can think potentially that he's come a cropper is side by side and just got it that a little bit wrong, because it was very early on into the corner, or maybe just bounced across the curbs on through the bus stop to then put him in that position. But even so, it's a bit of a strange one. You don't tend to see it from this caliber of drivers, but then equally it just shows that they can make mistakes. As just having to come through the field, the GTDs, it's the first pass through from the LMDHs, and they're going to make it 3 wide. The effect, Ferrari being squeezed right around the outside, and the Sabre LMP2 there in a lot of trouble, and had to back out of it a little bit. That's going to compromise them as they head up the hill. There's the Netrix car. They've had a brilliant start in the LMDH as they try and make their way up through. They're up 6 places already and going for more, as so is the Effect car.
Yeah, that's a heck of a start, that's for sure, this early on. Up that amount of places. 4 seconds behind our leader, obviously going through traffic. Want to try and see if they can close in a little bit during that sort of window, this couple of laps.
And just look back from the Effect car. That behind us is fearlessly forwards, Aiden Young with RD Simsport tucked up just behind them. So they make their way through, and that's the sort of moments, just those little moments there. You just get caught, your opposition gets caught up in one of these GTDs that just allows you to eke out that bit of a gap, which, there's blood smoke. That's one of the...
Someone in the wall.
It's one of the save-out cars.
Oh, there's another.
Hold on, whoa. No, that is the Netrex car that made the cracking start. They've dropped a couple of places, and also, didn't quite catch the other car that was caught up with them. It was another one of the LMDHs, but not too sure which one it was at this stage. Oh, wow, this is turning... I mean, I know it gets called the Glen in short, but this is turning out to potentially be a bit of the battle of the Glen here at these very early stages.
It's always this first run. Just takes a little while for the grid to space itself apart, and makes it easier for the traffic to kind of flow through it. No one wants to lose any time. That's when unfortunately when the mistakes happen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a couple of GTDs, obviously definitely out. But like you say, the Netrex car, they're still running. I don't know what time they lost. I wonder if they just got sort of hung out to dry somewhere. Yeah, lost a couple of places. Still net positive with the +4 for the race so far. So still lots of positives to take, and still very early on in this race, so they can hopefully push back on and try and get those 2 places back.
I mean, even so, still to be up 4 is not a bad start whatsoever. If we look back from our leader in GTD, that's our large competition. And they'll be glad to see the back of some of those GTDs, so they can try and LMDH's apologies to try and maintain this lead. However, Sabat and Shera have come with them. And look at the gap we've currently got between 3rd and 4th. some, what, 9 seconds already. Just that pass-through traffic, yeah, getting caught up, tripping up, although here come the next bunch of them. MA70, they're right in that mix, along with RD Simsport and Magic Arrow, who are going to squeeze down the inside, boxing in their opponents. And RD Simsport coming off the walls, Archie Conveny just dropping a little bit back there. But was just one of the GTDs a little bit wide there, and that's going to scatter them a little bit, isn't it, as we look back. So that's what happened to the GTD on a Valkyrie. This was P3, and oh, wow. I mean,
first corner on your own, you don't want to be doing that.
No, you don't. That's why it all comes to pieces, isn't it? And just so this is for P4, as it was at the time, though. So the Netrix car made through.
Oh.
That's how it ended up there.
There you go. All makes sense now.
It does. It does indeed. And wow, what an eventful start for Jakob Weidecker.
Oh, someone wide.
Oh, it's when they come to rejoin, and wow, look at that. What that's going to do to the situation, Alex. It's going to give them 8 attempts an advantage. It's going to work out to be over Aidan Young, who took that little bit of a trip across the grass and really opened up that gap to Scuderia Volpe Verde that's just behind that fiercely forward car. So, I mean, it just makes such a bit of a difference, doesn't it, where you're just able then to just grind out and open up that gap and just make it even further and not have to worry about being under attack, so you can try and get up the road, because effect, next car in line for Netrix, that 2.5 seconds, and that's a lot of time to try and make up at this stage of the race.
I mean, it is, but one bit of traffic actually can do it as well.
Eradicate a lot of it, can't it?
I have to say, if anyone tuned into the BMW Sim Cup as well, it was a case of which LMDH didn't want to win the race, because I think they had so many different leaders in that race and just kept making mistakes with traffic and also through the chicane as well, so the bus stop. So yeah, drivers need to be aware that, you know, even some of the best, it was catching them out, you know, so survival can make a big difference here, I think.
Just remind me again who won in LMDH in Sim Cup?
Yeah, well, I know.
Yeah, it was your very own Carroll, and cracking performance from him in the end and carrying himself to victory. I know from speaking to him, he was absolutely chuffed to bits with that one, but I mean, as you say, it just proves, even for, you know, top, well, only slightly above the level of what these guys, even to some of them of a similar level, just how tough it can really be and how easy it is to make mistakes. We've all got it within the bags. You even see it, you know, in real life races as well. Just to happens to be the after effects are nowhere near as painful or expensive if you stick the car on the wall compared to real life.
Yeah, I hate to think, you know, if they brought something daft in, like, you know, virtual currency on here, where you're having to pay for the repairs of your car.
Yeah.
Everybody, I think that would be the bragging rights. Who wrecks the car with the most damage? You know, that'd be more what the
sorry, kids,
community
we're not
would be
eating
after.
for the next month. Daddy had to spend all his money on virtual currency to repair his virtual race car. I mean, well, as you can see, another one of our drivers there, many of them have taken the option to show their webcam. Francois Larose of Scuderia Volpe Viola. Great to see him. Great to see so many of our drivers. Always fascinating to see their reaction. And you see some of it, it's fascinating to see some people a lot more calm in the car and some laser focus. So you can see, well, through moments like this, as that's into the wall, the absolute motorsports, a seal lift machine. Well, that's not too clever. That's in LMP2, and that's going to cost them a couple of places of Pure Sims. They made their way through there, and well, Pure Sims not having the best of starts. Of course, your winners last time out and languishing by their own standards, all the way down in ninth, having started third. And Nathan Moore not having the best of times at these stages, as that's James Bell. That's for a pass there in LMDH and. Sorry, LMP2 Eva. Wow, there you go. That's wow. That will explain why Pure Sims. Oh, there's a big incident on the final corner. I could see a GTD flying. And also there was a couple of LMP2 scattered around the track. So it was the X on it. There we go. BMW and GTD. Glenn Grondelaz just, well, I'm guessing maybe a bit of a tap from Those passing prototypes, just getting them caught out as meanwhile into the live racing, just seeing Astro Racing there, just slipping on the inside of Impulse Racing. As, well,
so close.
It's scary how close that they can get, but equally, I suppose, how comfortable they feel that they can get that close. The trust in the drivers around them, despite having LMP2s left, right, centre, and then there you go. There's the opportunity to slot it up the inside and follow one of the prototypes through, and all of a sudden, Impulse lose a place to Sabre and could even lose another one here. There's Dutch Sim Racing looking to take the same opportunity as what Sabre just have.
Yeah, like I said earlier, you've got to take those opportunities when they come. Oh, we've got three classes, 3 wide. There's the shot that I always I always enjoy. And yeah, people trying to work the traffic. Oh, just as yeah, that hill turn. Exactly what I was saying about there. Perhaps not as challenging. I was saying, well, it looked pretty challenging there right now. Second.
Well, yeah, as you say, making their way 3 wide on the entrance to that is brave to say the least. As there is the Absolute Motorsports LMP2, just making, they've got ATRS and then Arctic and then the Effect 906 machine just behind them. It's all some early stoppers. Brabham in, Effect 906 in as well. Got to be to damage. Of course, the drivers have got 1 fast repair. It's available to them as Absolute slots it up the inside absolutely brilliantly. There's a car off in the background there. Didn't quite catch who that one is. We'll see bringing that information shortly as we whistle up through the S's. And, well, I mean, those 2 GTDs just fighting and pushing themselves wide. Just open up the door, allow them to slot all the way through, all the more easier. And do you think maybe with this many LMP2s in, maybe a bit of the alternate strategy already starting to kick in?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's maybe why some of them wanted to pit early, thinking, oh, I'm going to have a splash or something like that. You know, get it done now, get it early. Try and get out of the mire that is this pack. And again, another GTD wide, actually. He was,
missed out.
Yeah, they went straight on, didn't
Yeah.
they? So, yeah, not quite sure what's going on there.
They've got to be carrying damage, I would imagine, to try and limp it back home. I mean, well, that can be treacherous at the best of the times when you've got 59 other cars out on track. Wow, even more braver to say the least. If you want to see exactly what's happening in terms of where all your teams are, the link within the chat there for live timing, so you see exactly the best laps, the last lap times, when they've pitted, etc., how many places they've made up. And well, I mean, one thing we haven't mentioned as well so far, 51 degrees Celsius track temperature. That's what, around about 112, 115 Fahrenheit. I mean, that is really, really hot.
What is it about Watkins? It's always a hot track.
It
you know?
is.
It is one of the circuits where you really will see like crazy high temperatures. Watkins is the only circuit I've seen anyone have a puncher because of the wear, you know. So on like official series races as well, they can just wear down to 0 and just get a puncher. So yeah, it's crazy.
I was just seeing the Walk Racing yellow car there. I mean, they've had a cracking start in LMP2. A big old advantage that Alpha in front of them have got. An LMP2 been really, really spaced out at this early stage. However, they're up an incredible 10 places, only eclipsed in LMP2 by James Bell for ATRS Academy. They are up 11 places. So, wow, I mean, there is, well, seeing right now, that is 3rd place car. That is Zambra for Alpha Esports. And I mean, again, this kid's no slouch whatsoever, but he's 5 seconds behind Effect, who are equally themselves 3 seconds behind our leader, Walk Racing Red. And Moldova, in the hands of him, he's really, really taken control of this race at this stage and really, really dominated it as well. I say that was just a bit of a twitch across that bump that we mentioned earlier on in the build-up.
Yep, got to be careful of that bump. 60-second stop and hold. Effect
206.
Racing. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's
the second
registered. That's the registered 2 cars. Yeah, exactly. Just wanted to say hello to the chat as well. A bit like last round. If you've got any questions for me or Tim, just please head and put them in the chat, and we'll try and get there. So yeah, obviously a couple of people asking about why no Cadillacs, and obviously it's just I think the teams obviously registered for this series before the Cadillac was released. But I think we are giving the teams the opportunity to switch up to that car perhaps for next round. Don't hold me to that, but I'm led to believe that may may be the case.
Well, Sam's only shut just behind us. He's in control of this league, so we can always bully him a little bit over that one. So just seeing about this. This is the effect car that did not get the penalty. It was the sister car, which is much further through the field right now. And well, they're actually, funny enough, they're serving that penalty right now. Actually, no, they're still in the pits. So I'm partly wondering whether they didn't forget they forgot to take that fast repair, or they're looking to retire that car, because Vesta in the 906 machine there, they are still well, oh, there you go, just got going again. So clearly elected to fix all that damage without taking the fast repair and serve the penalty. And that's going to be a long old afternoon for them. 19th, they're, what, 2 laps down as well on 18th place. That's a tough old day at the office.
I mean, it is, but it's kind of like what I said earlier on. They've got an opportunity to pick up a bunch of places because, you know, a lot of people retired recently in the Sim Cup. I know it's not the same car, but they suffer similar kind of challenges with that bus stop chicane and it being very bumpy.
Both chassis as well.
Yeah, very true, very true. So it is worth sticking with it, because, you know, they might pull out like a, you know, mid-pack finish or something like that, and get some valuable points.
As right now we're right on board. This is LMP2 Brabham Esports, and this is Racing Yellow. Carl, we mentioned had an incredible start in the hands of Mihai, up 10 places and just defend it on the inside line there. So hard to pass right around the outside. You can get it done, but you need to be just overlapping the car next to you, and they need to yield a little bit, but they're going to remain as they are. But right now, Carriquez of Brabham just decided to test the waters at the 20-minute mark. And, well, this is what your only real close battle. Well, actually, no, second close battle in LMP2 as it's down into, well, one of 4 apologies, Mercedes we've got running here today. This is a Miniti car. Now, they had a strong qualifying, and they've dropped down through the order due to a lot of argy-bargy, and they were one of the cars, I think, got caught up in a bit of, well, you know, bit of early on incidents, and because of that, they came in lap 4. Yes, it was lap 4. Took their fast repair, bit of a splash and dash of fuel. Off they go again, and well, I've seen this team in other series, Alex, and you know they don't give up right until the end. So they will be there, and they'll hold themselves through the order.
Yeah, I think you're right. Obviously, very strong opening round, so they're going to want to try and fight back for sure. Like I say, maybe they can flip what happened there into some sort of alternate strategy, just so that they can at least do something that would bring them back. They had quite an advantage over a big chunk of the field last race, so I'm hoping, like I say, they can scramble into the top 10 if it was damage that forced them. Of course, it could be strategy, completely strategy. I don't recall seeing the contact with them. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. I don't know. Maybe their team can confirm in the chat as well. Obviously, a lot's gone on very, very quickly in the first 20 minutes of this race. So yeah, help us out there. Let us know were you caught up in something. Obviously, we definitely see where you are right now.
Definitely do, indeed. And just looking back from the walk racing, it's fascinating how this is being played out. They've managed to find as well pretty much an empty pocket out on the racetrack, where, I mean, very hard to find. Not so bad at this stage of the race, but even so, I mean, you can see from the track map on the right hand side just how busy it is out there.
You can't even see the track.
No, it's a sea of little dots moving around, and well, there we go. This could really help walk racing. As ATRS Academy, they've got a drive-through penalty. That's going to really hurt.
They're doing well.
Yeah, they're up 11 places, Alex. So
Sam, you savage. That's mean. But yeah, that's what you get. Wrong car number, you know. Come on, rookie mistake. You couldn't do it in real life, could you? You couldn't rock up, turn up and go, here you go, put the wrong sticker on. You know, it's just not going to work.
It's not, definitely not going to, indeed. So let's take a look at some replays. So this is fiercely forward in LMD.
Oh, too much curb, yep, on the entry there. You see the car launch, so that's where they lost that spot.
Was indeed, and that looks like contact to me.
It was just a little bit of rear contact there, I think.
Have to send them around. Oh, this is going to be tight with the Lamborghini, our lone Lamborghini in the field. Oh no, as much
Don't know if he actually got hit there though. It was just a lot of flashing. Well, that's certainly
Wow.
that's a hit. That's what we saw earlier on. That was just as Pure Sims were coming in. Amazingly, only the one car got involved in that.
Wow.
Maybe that could be a spotlight moment. Bit of an avoidance there. Oh.
Right. Okay. So that's what happened in LMP2. It's called them all scatter
Oh,
around.
the seatbelt car. That's where.
Oh, right, there you go. Right.
That took a few.
This is why I think we're seeing such large, you
P2s
know,
for this. Yeah.
all being spread out so much in P2. Like big incidents like those, they're really causing. Oh, that was a nasty piece of netcode there, and
Up
the
the hill.
GTD just caught out. So that is the effect GTD. One of the few Ferraris, and was the Aerokinetics car just taking a massive, massive ride. Oh, nearly kept it out the wall. Wow,
Oh,
we said about it.
I was hoping that was going to be straight through the middle, but yeah,
Wow.
That's the thing with Watkins, right? Everyone loves a bit of Watkins, but there's just nowhere for you to have an accident at Watkins. Oh,
I mean,
so
I
who
think-
was that? Was that the Arnage car as well? I think that was the Arnage
Wow.
car. Like, where they're not on the timing sheet? Did we skip? Did we miss that? Are Arnage involved in that
I
too?
think, yeah, yes, so they've retired.
Oh my
Well, they're
gosh.
still in the pits. They've been in there for 7 minutes, Alex. That's the second time they've been into the pits. So I think that's going to be a retirement for Arnage. I mean, as good as they are. I mean, also, we've still got into the pits as well. The effect car too. We saw them caught up in one of those earlier on incidents. So that's looking to me like that's going to be a couple of retirements in GTD.
I mean, that's going to shake the championship up straight away. You know, you've got Arnage out, you've got Maniti sort of right in that mid pack now because they pitted early. So yeah, lots going on right now. I feel like yeah, poor Sam and Peter definitely have got their work cut out for them. I'm assuming, because I'm turned around now looking at the Endurance Championship penalty sheet, and
there is
right.
While you're looking at that sheet, North Sim Racing, they've picked up a penalty, Alex. So
Okay.
they're going to be another one who are, well, suffering the wrath of Sam and Pete for that one's for drive-through penalty that they've picked up now as well. I mean, he talks about things being mixed up as well. Quite a few cars really out of place. So Alpha Esports, after their cracking start, they've fallen through the reorder. So of course, Sim Racing too. Those two were running around about 4th and 5th earlier on. Now that has promoted the likes of, you know, Alpha Esports Blue up a couple of places. I was mentioned Walk Yellow up 10. So are Arctic, so are Walk Racing Blue. So a cracking day for Walk Racing in LMP2 right now. And then of course in LMDH too, really, really mixed up as we're just seeing, well, yeah, if I mentioned Zambra there, oh, well, you do not want to be scrapping away because you end up getting boxed in like that one, or you squeeze in the LMDH as we go 3 wide. That poor Lamborghini having flashbacks, already been caught up in the wars earlier on. That's the Delta V Lamborghini, the one and only Lamborghini in the field. We have got in the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship. As talking to GTD, this is your top 2, Sabouts versus Shara Esports. And after, what are we, 27 minutes in and only 2 attempts away from one another.
We didn't see any battles, did we, in GTD last race for the actual lead?
No.
They kind of were fairly separated, and it was sort of pit stop strategy that was panning out. I did just want to very, very quickly finish my last little point, which was looking at Sam's thing, Sam's sheet for that penalty sheet, and I am looking at that as like 27 incidents that are essentially being reviewed. Now, some of those are pre-race ones, so like wrong car numbers and things like that, but 27 after 28 minutes. So we won a minute.
The Delta V car in, and what they've come in from, I think they were running 5th at the time, so they're dropping down, well, 7th now.
Car got any damage on it? That looks okay.
Yeah, but it was confusing me because the way that their livery comes in, they've got little squiggles on it. It makes it look like it's got, you know, scuffs and damage when it hasn't really actually got them. So a little bit deceptive for us here in the commentary box, but well, so this is an LMP2, the Brabham car, currently running 4th in classes. Oh, just behind them, the Arctic, Walk Racing Yellow. Something's happened to them. They're dropping places through the order. They've got a drive-through penalty, but they're not showing up like they're in the pit lane, which is what's confusing me. What is that? Okay, maybe a slight internet blip there, but they haven't come back, and this is a bit worrying right now, because normally I'm half wondering, Alex, if we're going to see that they've been they've had a disconnect due to packet loss any second, because they should be back by now and they're not.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, see if they come back. But yeah, the Delta V racing car out after its slightly off strategy pit stop there.
Yeah, stopped on lap 18, as we mentioned, of course, with the new balance performance change, obviously with the Cadillac coming along. Means these cars can, yeah, the GTDs can, sorry, LMDHs even, apologies, is of course going to be called GTPs in real life, and wow. Yeah, they've, you know, means they can go now anywhere between 2 and 5 laps longer, depending on how long the track is. And well, a bit strange to see them come in, but there may be it might not be a bad strategy. Go light early and then just push your way through. You know, carve up. We've seen already, Alex, haven't we? Massive gaps being opened up in each of the classes without even really, you know, anyone really trying per se.
Yeah, and again, I think that's somewhat the nature, right, of very competitive multi-class racing at Watkins. You know, high-speed circuits, I think they actually give you larger gaps. You know, the low-speed corners, actually the GTDs and the LMPs, they're not that far off on the slow-speed corners, so you don't lose too much. But these high-speed circuits, they really make a difference. And yeah, so Watkins can really open up a huge gap. I mean, the one that surprises me the most is the gap from 3rd to 2nd in the LMDH class at the moment. That's some 20-odd seconds.
Yes.
Like, how those guys have just scampered away at the front, I don't know. We were a bit gutted that we didn't have Fiercely Forward all the way there in Spa, because of course they got turned on lap 1, turn 1.
Yes, they did, didn't they?
And they had a heck of a comeback as well, it's fair to say. But what could have been for that Spa race, they're now within a second as well. So the lead battle really starting to hot up.
Well, this is not so. We see that's having his driver cam on there. That's Marto looking back from his car, and you can see, oh, they've got caught up behind another one. The LMDHs there has Fiercely Forward. Beckham, yes, sir. I've seen him in other series, Alex, and this young man, he's quick and he can definitely hustle it with the best. I mean, we've seen 2 great young talents here at the sharp end of, well, not just this category, but of the race right now. Half a second after 32 minutes, pretty much complete here from Watkins Glen. Wow. Well, of course, need to give a bit of a shout out to one of our many sponsors, and obviously prize givers, thanks to Stormforce Gaming. Of course, they've collaborated with us here at Apex Racing UK to develop their new sim racing PC range and launch their own Stormforce Gaming branded racing team. You can click the link in our description to see the latest offers from stormforcegaming.co.uk. There's another penalty incoming now. Drive-through for the 206 for causing a collision. That's the LMD. No, sorry, that's the GTD car, I believe. No.
Yeah, it'll be P2.
Yes, that is P2, LMP2, isn't it? Yes, of course, because they have 906 written in the name of the 206. It throws me massively. Yep. That's still in the pits anyway. That car's looking like that's retired, so I don't see that coming through. Oh, no, sorry, apologies. It's just coming into the pits now. Apologies. So they have got going again. I thought they were still in there from previously. That's what threw me. They did come back out, and what was already a tough afternoon is becoming even tougher right now. But what's gutting is that Walk Racing yellow car that is not showing us being in the pits and is not moving whatsoever. So I think that's a retirement. I mean, they had a blinding start. They were, what, 10 places? Very quickly, very early on. And it's all gone wrong for them in the blink of an eye. It just shows how it can flip on its head so quickly and so easily.
Yeah, that's a shame, for sure. yeah, let's hope they'll be back for next round. Just reading the YouTube chat as well. Hello guys, yeah, looks like the 50 Ford car in P4 is having some screen freeze issues, especially through the chicane, which is the last place you would want them, I think. It's
yeah,
so tricky.
certainly around here.
So let's hope they. I'm not going to be able to get it sorted. Obviously, once you're in the race, that's kind of it, right? Those things sort of settle down by themselves. So yeah, let's hope the traffic just eases up for them so that they're not just getting bombarded through there. All of a sudden, there's a 2.4 second gap at the front. So it looked like it was on, and it's just grown by 1.5 seconds. It's now 4 seconds. So
wow.
that is what a bit of traffic can do. And this is what I was talking about, the difference between high-speed corners in these LMDHs, P2s.
Ooh, no, they're into the pits, Alex, and I'm wondering if they've jumped there because look, they've jumped all the way down to 11th.
Oh,
Is that there's no?
there's no rear wing. Oh,
Looked like we were game on, and it's all gone wrong for fiercely forward yellow.
yeah. We'll see if we can get that on a replay in a minute, just to see what happened.
Producer Lewis,
Robbed
yeah,
us.
working overtime right now to scramble to find you exactly what's happened to that car. Oh, it was promising so much. We built it up and then instantly they knocked it down. But, well, one of those things, and talking of knocking things down, Walk Racing Red, the gap has actually shrunk between themselves and the Effect 908 machine, actually running under the 208 number. Obviously, all the LMDHs running with 1 at the front of their number board. LMP2, of course, with a 2, and GTD is got a 3 at the front. And, well, that gap was around about 2.5 seconds. Dawson's managed to shrink the gap to 1.5 to Moldovan of Walk Racing Red. And, well, you can see that's... no, that's the... Right, OK, that's the LMDH. From the rear, it can look a little bit similar. Two prototype categories, so you can just see it in the background, the Effect LMP2 there, that is, as we saw on camera there, Moldovan of Walk Racing Red with his webcam on. Great to see that on, as we mentioned earlier. Put them on. Oh, there's causing a collision. Netrex 322 machine, so that's the GTD BMW, aren't they, for Netrex? I wouldn't say. Yes, there we go. There you go. Was right. You should have had conviction in my statement there. Alessandro Piccolo. Of course, we saw him a little bit earlier on in the year in the GT3 Cup here on Apex Racing TV. And well, in that, those getting that was well done there. That could have all ended in a little bit disastrous. Those 3 classes, you mentioned it earlier, Alex, coming together and then tripping up over one another.
Yeah, it's so easy, so easily done. Yeah, Spa, obviously I said at the start of Spa was a good round for us to start with. Good circuit, because obviously it's quite wide. Gives a lot of runoff people to get used to the league and the racing. Watkins is definitely a baptism of fire, because it's as close to a street circuit as I think you can get with the way the Arco barriers are so close.
It's almost a little bit like the Nordschleife in some ways, but without that, with a lot less corners and a lot shorter inside. In terms of that track, like you say, almost street circuit vibes where there's only a thin sliver of grass, and in some places, like when you head up through the S's, there's no grass or runoff whatsoever. It's straight into the walls. As we look back from Arctic, and they're going to lose a place here to Delatraz, who are going to slip their way up the inside. Or are they? As Arctic hold on, but they're going to lose the place. That is for sure. One of the LMDH is just sneaking. No, apologies. That's the one of the LMP2s. That's the Pure Sims card. Now, they look down and out early on. And hunted Nathan Moore. He's managed to recover up into 5th. Of course, winner last time out, but then they drop a place as well. As Absolute Motorsports, they are in LMP2. They're into the pits. So, yes, of course, we're getting into pit window territory right now in LMP2. So, you can see a few of those drivers start to appear in. No Limits, they're in as well. Well, that's a good, solid move there for the Delatraz car. Nartic, after that cracking start, just losing out a little bit here at this stage of the race. Just having a bit of a look through here in terms of where we're all at and what's happening. It's all the effects car from second place in P2 into the pits, and also Brabham in. I'm hearing in my ear, we've got the replay of what happened for second place. Oh, and just bounced it across the curbs. It was all of their own undoing. Oh, on board, you can just see, just pushing so hard, Alex, and well, in the end, just got a bit too carried away with the amount of curve that they were trying to carry through, and fiercely forward, end up into, well, fiercely heading towards the barrier.
Yep. I think I mentioned that we were going to have a bit of a race of attrition, I think, this time, and yeah, it's exactly what has happened.
They have changed driver as well. Miguel Costa, the Brazilians, got into that car. They were stationary for around about 3 minutes. Now, obviously, they have taken fuel in that time, so that does help them out a little bit. However, it does mean that they've going to have lost a whole heap of time. The average stop, around about what we're looking at now, about 40 seconds-ish. So, yeah, that's still a whole heap of time. So we're just right on board right now down in GTD. This is Luca Alpert of Share Esports. Still close as you like in GTD, but I clocked this last time we were on board with him, Alex. Share a car, that's definitely fuel saving, and using the Save Out 91 machine in front of them just purely as something there to make his life easier to punch a hole in the air.
Sensible as leader in P2 boxes. See if the Walking Red team going to have a driver change. Doesn't look like it.
No, it looks like
no indications on the webcam there that just a refuel at this point.
Also got the Alpha Esports blue car in as well as the Core Sim Racing LMP2 in as well. They're all the way down in 17th, and the last of your runners, the after another drive for Intrepid's pits, the Effect Simulations car that retired. The Walk Racing yellow car retired too. So Walk Racing red, they're out onto the tracks. They're going to take back the lead, but it's how much? Well, actually, I'm going to say they're going to be quite. So that's the Effect LMP2, and if that is the Dawson, which I think it was, that's 8.7 seconds they've managed to open up. A lot of that is coming from actually. No, if you look at it in terms of net gains, that's why it's pretty much the difference between the two pit stops between Walk Racing red and Effect. So clearly, different strategies playing out now. We did say about this where the driving here, we saw it last time out where people took like slightly short stops for each of them. Some of them took their short stint very early on in the race and then just carried all the way home on long stints. Maybe a little bit just the mind games going on right now between Walk and Effect.
It's amazing what going through a race and seeing different strategies pans out can really do to the following in subsequent races, because you know you've got a little bit more of an educated guess to what people might want to do. Just hearing as well in the chat, they reckon chat reckons that the Walk team might have short fueled. So
I think they have. So they were stationary for 28 seconds, 35 seconds for Effect.
Yeah.
But as I said, it's all about these, the splash and dashes and such like, towards the end of the race, trying to eliminate them out, maybe go shorter for each of them and carry a little bit more speed throughout the race. Definitely a tricky conundrum, and how you play it. Also, when you're going to come out in traffic as well. Always.
Move here then.
That's the Brabham car up the inside in LMP2 of the Hydra race. Geodesic machining just about gets it done.
Yeah, good job. Was fairly committed through the tricky left, and was able to get drawn alongside far enough that was able to complete that move in the penultimate corner. Drive-through penalty then for the ATRS Academy number 7.
Second one they've had. James Bell in the car for them right now. So they picked up
causing a collision. So.
Yeah, they picked up an earlier one, and I'm trying to remember what it was. I think that may well have been for wrong number. Yes, it was for number. Yeah, I'm getting the thumbs up from Sam Fitzpatrick, so that's.
I mean, the thumb literally appeared between us,
it did,
like out of nowhere. I was like, what? Okay.
Not have missed it whatsoever here in the commentary box.
To be fair, we could use one of those for every time we ask questions. You know, thumbs up, thumbs down. Like so.
I was saying earlier, they need to, you know, for their decisions, they need to get like a big gavel and just bang on it every time they make a decision of guilty. I know there'll be another penalty incoming, but see they're working on more bits over my shoulder right now. And talking on working on bits right now, this is your battle here for what, 7th place. There's probably 6th place even. There's Delta V in the BMW just ahead of that Mercedes, that grumbling 50 cal sand track that Mercedes V8 provides to you of Yonkers Hollinger Esports. Only 6/10 the gap, and that paint job confuses me. It looks like it's got damage to the front end. As oh, that's your leader in from LMDH and overall race clutch. And well, first of the true pit stoppers, I'd say, Alex, because the closest we've got, Fiercely Forward Yellow, stopped, of course, for their penalty, to recover their damage. That was all the way back on lap 23, currently on lap 29. So, yes, Effect 909, they're in as well. So, Fiercely Forward Black now take control of the race. And, well,
I've got to say, if this is the first of the quote-unquote accurate pit stops of what we were expecting, there's only 5 cars that could be in that window. No?
Well, yes, that is the frightening thing, isn't it?
That's insane at this time. So, I mean, you know,
said
this was going to be a race of attrition, but I don't think I'd quite anticipated this.
No.
To be fair.
I mean, the only one potentially in with a shot of that, like I said, is the Fiercely Forward Yellow car, because they stopped at lap 23, which is just enough maybe to squeeze himself in and around and fiddle around with strategy. But they were stationary for nearest down at 3 minutes, so that then takes them then back out the equation. But it just goes to show, because that could still land them with the 6th place potentially here. It's just as crazy as that looks right now. So you never quite know. Now Clash, they are up into 4th place. However, they stopped on lap 4, so they're one of these teams that are out of sync. They took a fast repair all the way back on lap 4. So
Clash like a random strategy, though.
Maybe do.
It was a. You know, I'm saying this after just one race. Like that's it. It sets the tone for the season. They're always going to be known for the alternate strategy team now. But yeah, maybe again, like maybe this isn't there. Maybe there was no damage, and this is just like a haha. We've got something up our sleeve.
Well, yeah, they tried it last time, didn't they? Where they just, I mean, sadly they got damage laid on through an incident. As there is Fiercely Forward Black in from the lead, and yeah, I mean, we never got up. Half the tragedy from last time out, Alex, was we never got to find out would it have worked for Clash. Didn't quite look like it would have done, but you never knew.
I think they would have still had a reasonable result that they'd have been quite happy with, to be fair. As we're looking at Valkyrie and the Maniti Racing going head-to-head here. Of course, Maniti having that early pit, as did Valkyrie as well, lap 1.
Yeah.
So these guys trying to recover. It's looking like Jonathan's just got a little edge on Nicholas right at the moment, though. Closing in. Obviously, good opportunity for Maniti to recover some lost points that they against the Arnage car anyway, and see if they can put themselves back up into that driving position in the championship, as they have to deal with a couple of bits of traffic that are swarming them right now.
Well, that's the thing, with so many cars. I mean, yes, still quite a few of them are, you know, I mean, how many times we've had Walk Racing Yellow and the Effects 906 car in LMP2, in LMDH. We are looking like GE Sports, Delta V and North Sim Racing in GTD. We have lost just 2, Arnage and Effect Simulation 904. So, although we've lost, what, 7 cars, it's still busy out there. It's still really, really busy, and that's one thing you can't forget, and you can't escape the traffic when it is that busy. It's so hard. I mean, as you know yourself, you sometimes find yourself in these pockets where somehow it just works out that there's no one really in front of you, and you can sort of get the hammer down and try and build up some sort of rhythm, but they're so rare and hard to find, and it's just pure by luck if you land yourself in one.
I mean, that's a sub 1 minute 30 lap there. You know?
Wow.
They're doing it in under 90 seconds. You know, there's no surprise that this racetrack is so busy when the DHs are lapping that fast. You know, that's crazy.
You know, it's a slower format of the full course because you've got the bus stop chicane in there.
Could you imagine if it was the classic layout?
Oh, don't.
Oh. Again, we look at the track map. Oh, there's a little bit of space. I see a little bit of space.
There is, down the back straight. There it is.
That's where you want to be right now. Get into that window and you're okay. But yeah, it's still extremely busy, and I don't think that's going to change all race long.
That is the MA70 car, and currently 12th place in class. He's got the luxury of some open track in front of them. However, they are coming up behind 14th in GTD, which is the Aerokinetics car, so they're catching very quickly. However, meanwhile, just looking into third place, your last podium places right now in LMDH as they skirt the way past the Effect LMP2 there. Looking back from Scuderia Volpe Verde to fiercely forward Black's Aidan Young, who's currently only 2 tenths behind. And well, that's what 2 tenths looks like here at Watkins Glen, folks. So it's tight. It is so tight. And just to put it in contrast, Alex, that 129.9 from Race Clutch, the next quickest lap in LMDH is a 130.29. Well, as I say that, Miguel Costa has also managed to do it by only, well, he's only 100 slower. So there's only, what, 2, 3, 4 teams who've managed to get remotely close. There's only 2 of them, one of them being Race Clutch, who've managed to get 121. Yeah. Other than that, everyone, including second place Clash and Volpe Verde as well, a fiercely forward Black, who we're just looking at 131s.
Yeah, maybe that's just they haven't had a clean track.
Yeah.
You know, the first couple of laps was a bit tricky to get it, even when there is no traffic, just because you're battling, aren't you? So, but yeah, I do think this does somewhat show the reasons why Race Clutch are 30 seconds ahead and before the accident, so we're fiercely forward. Yeah, just wanted to give a shout out to everybody that is watching on the YouTube channel, of course. So yeah, thank you very much for tuning in, and those, you know, posting away in the comments. And we've seen a couple of people that have subscribed to the channel. So yeah, thank you very much for that. You know, please help us out by giving us a thumbs up. It really does help with the YouTube algorithm if we can get a few more kind of interactions on our broadcast. They have a habit of kind of recommending it to more of the sim racing community. So yeah, please, you know, help the channel. If you're a team member and things like that, and you want to help your sponsors out and your team, well, you know, do me a favour, hit that like button, and hopefully we can get a little bit more exposure for the league, for your team, and for your sponsors as well. Yeah. Thank you very much.
As this battle still reigns on in LMDH, but Young has got past Thomas. Fiercely forward, moving forward, and up into third, ahead of Magic Arrow. Magic Arrow had a, you know, eventful race last time out. A little bit bruised and battered from it, but they've picked themselves up and they've taken this one with a vengeance. However, they have dropped that place, and it'll be interesting to see what Young can do now. He is actually ahead. So often you see it's so easy to be the aggressor, the one behind chasing, trying to find a way past. When you're the car in front, you're having to plow the furrow. You've got to punch a hole in the air. It's not quite as easy as being the car behind. It comes with its different pressures. You're the one who's got to find the way through the traffic, whereas your opponent behind just needs to follow you through, if, you know, if they can, that is. Sometimes not always quite. Oh no, and that's the second time that's happened to Young. Oh no. Wow.
Was that the Miniti car?
I think it may well have been. Let's have a little bit of a look, see if we can pick it up from the timing. No,
maybe
it's not.
No, it wasn't. We don't have very many Mercedes, I think, in the field, but it wasn't them. So who was that?
Just trying to see if there's any of the Mercs just popped into the pits. No, it has.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, that
does look like
Hollinger. Yeah. That's who it was.
black and green, which is where my confusion comes from.
Yes, exactly. It's very similar livery to Manita from a distance. So, yes, that's who that's going to be. Wow, nearly completely and utterly wiped out in a very similar instance to what we saw earlier in the week at Le Mans in free practice. But that was the no, that would have been the correct way round. It was when the LMP2s came around the corner, didn't get the message about the spun GT, or GT in their case. That's straight into the sun. Clash are in from LMTH. And they were running, what, 4th in class? No, 3rd in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that really shows how long the car can go now with this updated fuel tank. Delta V Racing. 30-second stop and hold. That's a big one. What was that? Failed to
hold brakes. Causing an accident.
No. Not only have they had an accident and been probably facing the wrong way, just they're going to get smashed for it. Well, you know, it's rookie.
They're going to get smashed. Yeah, well, they got smashed 2 ways: 1 physically and 2 with a penalty. And that's another one to potentially bite the dust here. And what's turning out definitely to be the battle of the Glen. As we see Astro racing now, they had a good solid race. One of the teams that's been able to capitalise, Jay Cortez, currently in for them. And they're up an incredible 9 places. I say incredible. We are 55 minutes in. I'm not too sure where that has all quite disappeared to. As, Magic Arrow got back ahead of Fiercely Forward. So that's not one team sitting behind the other. Those two are trading blows, lap after lap, and they're going to keep swapping around. That's definitely one battle just to keep half an eye on. However,
Fiercely Forward are mentioning in the chat as well. Thank you for giving us the intel, by the way. That they are going to do a driver change to try and alleviate the screen problem.
Yes, and it's always around the same place, isn't it? Into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, the worst of the worst. So it doesn't make sense as to what's going on there. But yeah, so they're just going to take it out to the finish off the stint and then go for it, I think. So I have to say, just I should not read the chat. I'm really jealous now as well. Got Paul Busby. He's over in he's over at Le Mans at the moment, and yeah, watching the.
He is. I've seen some
action
pictures
that's going on over
Instagram.
There. So yeah, I have to say, I'd rather be sat there in the in a booth or something like that, or a little box doing the broadcast.
This is the beauty of sim racing. So he's gone with a couple of his teammates who live in Holland, and they've all met together, gone to watch some great live motorsport. Of course, the centenary year as well for Le Mans. Last time you get to see the GTs as well, because they go to GT3s next season. And wow, not a bad drive. Definitely for Paul. I know he's a long way to go. I know a bit of a rough time recently in Nottingham. So yeah, there we go. As we see some, well, get to see us here.
Looking far too casual here.
We are
much more engrossed.
A bit more better now.
Pay more attention.
However, Sam's in the background there working away hard, making up some more. Being to deal with all the penalties that we've had here today. As well, what can we say? So it just popped into the pits for, well, what will be, well, yeah, because they're out of sync, aren't they? That's the Alpha Esports car and also the Hydrace Geodesic LMP2. So running quite close together on track. However, they have got in between them the ATRS Academy car as well. They just swap a few places heading up the hill there. It's got a bit of a squeeze through, and always gets a bit nervous when you're heading up through those S's, doesn't it? And
so once you're too wide, yeah, you're always a little worried you're going to get shoved into the wall just a little bit. I'll tell you what, you look at how close they have to get to that. Anchor on the inside as well. I'll repeat my last statement about this being as close to a street circuit as you can get it, because I think if you can skim that, you know, that's the perfect line through there.
There is, because I only discovered this through my own lack of ability. Well, I got a bit too close to the wall one time, breathed a sigh of relief that I missed it, and then suddenly realised the car hadn't bottomed out. Then realised that if you get much closer, you don't hop across the curb on the entry. And it's a lot quicker, and you're able to make about 7/10 of the lap, even with my poor ability. And that's the way to go. But if you get it slightly wrong, that's it. You're either in the wall or you catch the curbing, you know, and bottom out the car, get a little bit airborne, and it ends in horrific results. As again, I can testify to. That is for certain.
Done that a few times, have you, Tim?
Yeah, maybe once or twice, but then that is why I'm languishing down about 1500 iRating, and that's why I commentate, because, you know, those that can't do it, they talk about it, and that's why you have me regularly here on Apex Racing TV.
I have to say, we should have had the commentator cam now. We've just been blessed with some with some cookies and drinks. This is what we're talking about. So, hey, there we go. So, you know, we will partake when we get the opportunity to, and stuff like that. Excuse the sponsor plug from there. Other soft drinks are available, of course.
Wow. Right, indeed. To see Hydra Race Geodesic and Alpha Esports sorry, apologies, the ATRS car of James Bell. He's still in the car, despite having, well, yeah, he's someone who's, they've had 2 penalties so far. They've had a drive-through for causing a collision, wrong number during registration as well. So doubly hurt, and then, ooh, that was a little bit close there as they slotted through past the Delatraz car. That's got Roman Bodka currently in there. 307 car in GTD. At 1 place into 7th right now. Let's have it. Well, we are up to the top of the hour, and, well, let's have a little bit of a look back through exactly what has happened. It's been absolutely mad, thanks to our partners at ASUS for this one. And, well, it looked like we got away relatively calmly. Bit of an incident in LMDH, but other than that, it looked fine. But little did we know, across the course of the next hour, it was about to get a little bit crazy, wasn't it?
Yes, it really, really was. Like I say, there's a reason the timing street, there goes Valkyrie, yeah, on that one. I mean, even the Maniti car took a whole load of air there as well, just behind them. And, yeah, a few cell spins to start off with, unfortunately, and some of our championship rivals having some serious problems. Yeah, fiercely forward a couple of times.
Yeah,
I've had them.
that was the start of the screen freeze.
I wonder if that was actually the first one, and then the inevitable accident in traffic. Everybody scrambling. That might be a Storm Force moment, literally almost into the pit lane to avoid it. Seatbelt, oh, big hit.
The thing is that these GT cars are so big.
Arnage, bang, that's where that was. Thank you for the guys for picking that up. I wondered where that was. That is a big hit as well. A few people involved, core involved in that as well.
So here's Fiercely Forward having.
Oh, that's.
Right,
oh,
bang.
that was a heavy one. That one, yeah.
Let's see now. This is the. We saw just there was Magic Arrow in LMDH even. Yes, we're now seeing back to your live pictures. Arctic, one of the teams that have really capitalised here from all the events today. They're up 9 places, having started down in 16th into 7th now. They've had a driver change at their last stop. Maxime Rubruck has got into the car for them, the Belgian. And starting to claw back some of the big, well, apologies, it's the gap behind them that's back. So they're comfortably the nearest damn it 11 seconds behind the, in front of the car behind them, being Absolute Motorsport. However, the Delatraz car just about around about 2 seconds down the road from them. So definitely requiring a little bit to try and catch up with them. But still, we've got, I mean, we're only a third of the way through the race. Only a third.
I was going to say, plenty of time for lots to go on, and
but plenty more time to grow this lead. 43 seconds in 1 hour, Alex.
Yeah, I mean that is pretty crazy. Don't know what to say really, because I don't think it's all about just pure and outright pace. I mean, there's certainly a lot of it there, but yeah, it's coming down to whole package, I think, you know, managing the traffic very well, being on point with strategy. Let's have a look at kind of pit times as well. Pit times were very competitive, you know, gained another 3 seconds on the second place car in the pits as well. So really is just a combination of kind of doing everything right that's given him this lead. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's... I mean, it's just been absolutely flawless so far, and I'll tell you what we're going to do now. Just take a lap to save a lap on board. Hopefully we can encounter some traffic, see exactly how they deal with it. With Marto from Race Clutch, here we go. You know what, just watching that, especially counting the GTDs, showing exactly how it should be done when it comes to traffic. Just let them go onto the racing line, certainly with the GTDs, and then just use the extra downforce, the extra power that you've got to work your way around them.
Yeah, it was easy, wasn't it? Effortless for the really smooth lap, and I couldn't agree more with the comment from PJ in the chat as well. Cookies and drinks arrived and we go on board. Lee made my day. All I know is what? I missed the someone missed the stall there. I thought that was still the race time. I turned away. But
that's also to serve a penalty that MA70 have just been served. Wow. Not what you want when you come into the pits, to serve your penalty and then overshoot your box by quite a bit of a distance. There is getting a little bit tight down in LMP2 right now. Just seeing, that is the Hydra Race geodesic car, being a bit bullied by the DHs. You can see that, the pace differential for certain corners, Alex, between LMT2 and LMDH, there's little to no difference right now, but it's just that vast amount of power in certain corners, certain really high-speed ones, where that's where you really notice the difference.
Yeah, exactly, just where you can use that hybrid power a little bit more, but generally they're similar sort of downforce packages as Sven.
Yeah, change from position. Newman for Core Racing and for the ATRS. Now these two came together. I say came together when Core came out of the pits. ATRS ended up right alongside them. However, they've then since been battling away, trading places. That's going to be close, and that is, I think it's at the Aerokinetics GTD just in front of them, and ATRS really capitalising there, but they're going to run wide here,
very wide.
Going to lose the position potentially. They've got
around the outside.
They've got one of the LMP, the Effect LMP2s behind them. That's going to be the second in class Dawson. This is not what he wants right now because he's being boxed in, because these two are having a right old royal ding-dong here, and you can bet your bottom dollar Alex, he's going to be on those lights flashing them. There they are. Get out of my way. I'm in second. I need to come past. Let me come past and then continue on your fight. And there's one of them gone.
Yeah.
But ATRS, if they're clever about it here, you can see the flash of the lights. Dawson really not impressed with this right now. And you could kind of understand to an extent because they were right up with Walk, but Walker walking away from it right now. 17 seconds is what the gap is. over second place, and that's going to cost them, well, certainly 2 or 3 seconds, which, as we've seen so many times. Right, there you go. That's why.
I was about to say, yeah, that was an awful lot of speed being carried around the outside there, and yeah, that makes far more sense. But yeah, they were light on fuel as well, so you'd think they would be as fast as they possibly can. 60 seconds stop and hold. Oh
no, collision. So that must be them coming in to serve that one. It's like, right, let's bail, let's go.
Yeah.
Get in, get it done. Talking of getting in and getting it done, that's the Valkyrie BMW GTD. So they got caught up right on the opening lap.
Well, self-spin, wasn't it?
Yes.
At the bus stop. So, yeah.
It was, but crucially, they've managed to haul themselves all the way back up into 12th place. And considering we've only had 2 retirements, being the Arnage and the Effect car, I'd say that's a pretty solid result, realistically. That's the fiercely forward yellow car that was battling for the lead earlier on. That's missing a front left, a front bumper, and a driver by the looks of things.
Yeah, did they do the driver swap? Did they have that? Or
yes,
not? Yeah.
so Miguel Costa got into the car last time, so they've clearly been an incident yet again, and that's devastating for them. As they're going to get a replay. I've just heard of it. Wow, there we go. So this is the battle we saw earlier on, because I mean ATRS and obviously they seem so close to making a collision, and already you can see way back there the Effect car on the lights desperately trying to make their way past, but I mean it's exactly the same machinery. So this is what happens: a fiercely forward yellow. Oh, there's the contact. Oh. And that's what caused the damage, and I think ultimately sealed their fate here today. There's no way back from that one.
No, they've had far too many little incidents at that bus stop, and it's finally bit them hard, I think. So, yep, back to the drawing board, onwards and forwards, I guess. No pun intended for the next round.
I mean, it's been all or nothing for Fiercely Forward.
Oh, it has, all season.
Well, yeah.
I mean, we're second race, Alex, but do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I was thinking, more across, all the categories. I mean, they're currently running, what, in LMDH, they're running third right now at the hands of AD. I mean, it could have been a double podium here today for them. As Young has looked pretty competitive against Magic Arrow. Those two on ever so slightly different strategies. So, interesting to see how that one plays out. It's just seeing our leader finding some, imagine it's turning out to be a bit of a lonely race for him when you're 45 seconds. And this is the thing. When you're out this far in front, don't matter if you lose a bit of time to traffic. You can take it. You don't need to take the risks. But then you tend to find then you even gain even more time without even trying, because you don't need to take those risks, and it all comes towards you. As NetRex 196, they have got a 60-second stop and hold for causing a collision. Yeah, that was another team that started incredibly well, and well, another team it's all just fallen apart for them here today. It's like the heat's, the hot track temperature and the heat's just got to everyone's head. So that is Walk Racing Redford. That's the leader in LMP2. So they are in.
They had the short stop, didn't they? So that makes sense.
Yes, they did. They stopped for, was it 7 seconds less? I think from memory.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's about right.
So where are they going to come out in relation to everyone else? So they're going to come out in 4th right now. They're going to be well clear of Pure Sims. You win it last time out and looked really, really dominant in Spa. However, they are down in 5th, and it's been a real challenging race for them, to say this. That is for certain. Now, it's how much fuel the Effect, well, they're going to put in, how much they're going to serve. So, Walk Racing not gone short this time. They've gone for the full amount.
Yeah, they have to this time. I think that's the thing. Anyone who went full last time, they can still decide when they want to do their little splash for sure.
But their gap was about, I believe from memory, it was around about 17 seconds to Effect when they came in. So, well, I mean, Effect hauled themselves back up last time at Spa with a bit of an alternate strategy and made it work. And can they do it again? They need to but with teams like this right behind them, Alpha Esports Blue, it's definitely going to be a challenge. At the hands of Zambra. Mentioned earlier, one very, very quick, one talented young sim racer is this young man. Pleasure of commentating on him previously, and well, let's witness his raw pace that he displayed in the Apex Racing Academy Formula 4 Championship. He heads up the hill. And another driver who seems to have a bit of a clear track in front of him right now, and this could really come at a pivotal time in this race. Trying to eke this one out and grow that lead that he's got over Bradford, but also try and just rein in effect just that little bit. Even a couple of attempts, it could make all the difference, because you just could catch that little bit of traffic at a slightly better time than what you would have done previously.
So we can see on the timing graphic, you know, the gap has come down a little bit and then gone back up again. So yeah, perhaps slowly but steadily he can reel that in. Maybe I'm gonna suggest that the bar increasing the time with perhaps a bit of traffic, so perhaps not managing the traffic so well, but pace on his own looking relatively strong.
Our drivers with their driver count there. That's Francois Larose of Scuderia Volpe Viola. Well, they've had a much better race. It was Volpe Verde who'd had the better one last time. Now it's now Viola's turn. They're currently lying 4th place, up 9 places, an incredible 9. Seems to be the magic number, really, because themselves and Magic Arrow both up 9. They're 4th overall right now, but they've got, I mean, wow, 30-odd seconds to 3rd place.
Yeah, it's a long old time, for sure. Just want to give him a shout out though, 'cause obviously another driver that is on our webcam. So if you are not on there and you've got a webcam at home, you know, please, you know, use the SDK Gaming link that's provided by the league admins and things like that. Jump on. It'd be great to feature a few more of you in your yeah, exactly, in your rigs at home, and see your environment that you're racing in, and give us a bit of an insight. It's yeah, I find it intriguing. Now, Brabham Esports drive-through.
That is not the car.
Caused a collision.
That's the 262.
Yeah.
So now that is not the car that is currently running 3rd in class.
I believe that was the incident with Core that was being investigated for turn 1. Sam's giving me his thumbs up. It's fine. I've been looking over his shoulder with their checking out the incident. They did give that one some in-depth looking before deciding what to do there. Thank you, Windows, for popping up a nice little news advert right in front of our commentary. Just what we want. Eh? It's not even going away. Get lost. Other operating systems are available and sadly, recommended.
Yeah, but sadly they don't run iRacing. That's half the trouble, though, Alex. Oh dear. Oh dear. Right. More pressing. Well, I say more pressing because it was getting in our way. Shearer, where are they up to? They're up to 2nd in class, so they've just getting 1 place overall.
Yeah, they've still been there the whole race, haven't they? They've been quite close to stay belt. Not really dropped off too much, so they're obviously managing the traffic equally as well.
I mean, up until about the half-hour mark, they were around about 2-3 tenths behind them, so it's looking relatively close. Shearer were just sat in Saybelt's drafting them, and
lap times are 1/10 and a half off each time as well, sort of there or thereabouts, swinging and flowing.
That strategy of sitting behind them and drafting off them worked. I mean, they stopped 3 laps later, Alex. 3 whole laps later. I know there might have been a slight difference in strategy, but even so, that is a big old margin.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see them being able to save that much as that this time around, due to not having a draft, but even so.
I mean, they were in the pits even longer as well, so they've put every last piece into it as well. So had they not, they might have still been in the draft, but of course it will come to them at the end of the race because they'll have the shortest stint. So if they can just try and get back into that draft zone, or at least extend the same amount of time they have without losing any more time, they'll be really strong at the end of the race and might actually end up with track position. As we take a little look forward at the MA70, I really do get them confused with the race clutch livery every time it comes up on screen. I know it doesn't look the same, but it does to me.
Well, and also, we hardly see
Not wearing my
anything of
glasses
race
even
clutch.
right now.
Well, yeah, that's very true. And also, we hardly see anything of race clutch because the first, well, you know, last round be the first round, and today. There you go.
Yeah.
We've hardly seen anything of them.
I mean, you can see the similarities. It's red and black.
Fly man develop Norse, you know, never know the difference. You see for the
That's
track
it.
map on the right hand side, it's still as busy as ever out there right now. There's no real, pretty much nowhere. Maybe that gap between third and second right now in LMDH, you can see them just.
There's no let up, is there, for it? That's why the Watkins 6 hours is such a tough race to do. Obviously, coming up in a couple of weeks' time, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people on this grid that will be there. But yeah, it's just relentless the whole race long. There may only be 2 drivers that do it, but 3 hours each. They're pretty knackered afterwards. The mental concentration, so important.
One of the advantages around here, that there are so many of the corners have different lines through them that you can take, so you can get moves done on traffic. So that's the. Now that was third in Clark. What was third in Clark originally in LMP2. So that is the Delatraz car also into the pits. Got quite a few. Now, what is our leader in LMP2? Effect, they are in. Also, obviously Arctic and Walk Racing Blue, they're into the pits too. So Alpha, they stay out. They go again. So they are your new leaders in LMP2. However, as I said, they do need to stop for their second pit stop up onto the jack. So that's a change of tyres. And probably not surprising to get just the 2 stints out of the tyres here with these hot track temperatures.
Yeah, I'm really not surprised at all. Yeah, they're just melting, I think. And Watkins is a bit brutal as well because it can be, you know, you can wear out the front, you can wear out the rears, depending on the way your car's set up. And you can have a whole host of different problems.
Yeah, it's as you said, it is so tricky for a course that on paper doesn't really look that demanding per se. There's not a lot to it, but it commands so much respect, and
Yeah.
it's such a challenge mentally.
We're hearing in the chat as well, with the hot temperatures and everything else like that, it's changing tyres every time they're messing around. So yeah, we'll have a look, see if somebody does throw a curveball at the end. I know the tyre fall off and whatnot now means that everybody does change so much more often. So, but we shall see, I guess.
And that's one of the gutting things about, certainly about GTD, stroke GT3, when that looked a little bit twitchy there for the effect LMDH there. But yeah, with GTD GT3, where they changed it within iRacing so that you could fuel as well as take tyres at exactly the same time, it took away a bit of that strategy element.
It really did take away a huge strategy part of it as well. Yeah, we certainly enjoyed mixing it up to do the different calls. Yeah, I say I'm gutted for it because made some really interesting races, and again I'm going to think about the BMW Sim Cup. There were some great alternate strategies where, I remember there was a race end of last season. I think you had people on 4 new tyres, you had people on 2 tyres, and you had people on no tyres. Of course, everybody had to fuel and things like that anyway, so that's kind of equalised that out. And they were just all coming through at different points and meeting with about 3 laps to go. You know, it was great. Just don't seem to have that element anymore. They're definitely taken away. Delta V Racing with a drive-through, another causing of a collision, I'm afraid. I don't think they're going to mind too much, Tim, unfortunately.
No, I get a feeling that 14th.
Yeah, 14th, down 7 places at the moment.
14 laps down off the leader.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know, when a penalty needs to be given, you know, it needs to be given, I think, and the stewards, yeah, just kind of issuing it there. They're going through them.
It's a relatively calm Spa, I'd say. It's definitely bitten back with a little bit of vengeance here at Watkins. As everyone has now made their stop in LMP2. Right now, you just saw the Pure Sims car coming out. They've come back out in 8th in class. Robin Glaram's got into the car for them. It's just seen the Delatraz car looking down on them as they're in hot pursuit of the Absolute Motorsports car in front of them. Both at one place, and it's your battle for 9th that's going ensuing right now. There is the Scuderia Volpe Verde 4th in class, but also only just because of the LMDH, you can see right behind them, that is the Effect car, the 909. Robin Mass has now got into the car for them. 6 attempts and chasing and catching, I believe. Well, I say that last time around. In fact, actually, LaRose of Scuderia Volpe Viola was, what, some 10th quicker, in fact. However, I mean, you say that, but it still looks close as it's ever been. And now this could play a part of the story, because LaRose is going to come up on a lot of traffic in a part of the circuit that could be very, very tricky. Well, he just storms right around the outside, no messing. However, I think, is that 2 battling GTDs in front of him that I've just spotted on the horizon, Alex?
Yeah, that's not going to make it very easy, that's for sure. And then we'll come back to that. But yeah, Manel here, and then Patrick in the Daybell car. So we haven't really checked in too much with our leader in GTD, but strong race, no real mistakes or anything like that.
No, I mean,
looking good.
Opening up their gap over Sherry Esports, they've not really had to look back at all. It's just looked calm, cool, collected, and just having, you know, a bit of a whale of a time out there and not having to worry too much at all. So. Hold on, that's your leader in LMDH, Alex.
And that will explain why they have pitted that little bit early.
Wow. I mean, all that lead, 45 seconds, and it's gone. No, they have pitted, but they're off cycle, not by a million miles, probably about 6 laps too soon. Now, Peter Zuber's got into the car. Maybe you could change that driver lineup, just switch it up. You'd had, you know, since the start. I mean, I was supposed to say that he's only coming to the end of his second stint. Was Marteau, apologies. And what can Zuber do? And really needing to dig deep, find something within him to try and haul this car up and not throw away what was a commanding lead. And well. That slight alternate strategy, I think they should be okay. Well, they were only stationary for 40 seconds, so it was a quick stop. Obviously, they took their fast repair. However, well, how this is going to pan out, it just all of a sudden makes it a little bit more interesting and a little bit more open in LMDH. And, well,
quite a gap. I think they'll be okay, to be fair. I think the extra fuel tank that they've got will mean that they should be able to.
Though, Alex, which is a bizarre one, because they've come in, taken the fast repair, had a driver swap, so surely you'd fill it up to a brim. Mind you, they did stop 6 laps earlier, so maybe that is probably what the time distance is.
Yeah, they just needed to do enough. So, yeah, I think they're still in with a shot here if they don't get involved in something else. They'd built up that 20-odd second, well, it was 40 seconds.
45, I believe, in the end. A mammoth lead. And, well, talking of leads, about a second now. Oh no. Between, well, what was a second between Scuderia Volpe Viola and Effect? However, now more like 4 seconds to the point of that is the sister LMP2 just tallying through there. That is that's the car running second in class. Now, after the round of pit stops, I believe they caught a little bit more up with Moldovan in that Walk Racing red machine. Yeah, 17 seconds, Alex. I think they've closed that gap up a little bit, not by masses, I say that, you know, still 17 seconds, but they are on slightly different strategies. 5 laps difference pitted, so Effect being much more careful with their fuel, so they're going to need a shorter stop towards the end. However, Walk have taken their short stop earlier on. Take your pick, pay, you know, take your money, pay your chances, and all that. Still up for grabs, and we're not going to go. I mean, we're fast approaching half race distance, and still realistically none the wiser as to how this one's going to play out.
Yeah, just trying to sort of decipher the graphic a little bit there. You can see it has come down after the pit stop. It's difficult to make it out because it's quite a swing with the pit stop things in there, but it's definitely, you can see there's a little drop in that lead time.
So there is the magic arrow card. So this is now your new leader overall. Now, let's not forget, earlier on they were battling with the fiercely forward black car. Since then, that's dropped about 6 seconds behind. And now, they lead here at Watkins Glen. However, Race Clutch now back up into third, having come out in, what, 4th? 5th, I think they were? And the gap has shrunk as well.
Must have only been from a pit stop if it was, because no one else is even near them. So yeah, it's got to be something along those lines. I hate to say it, Tim, but they've never overtaken someone and moved 20 seconds ahead of them since we spoke about them 2 laps ago.
Yes, that is very
I mean,
true.
they're quick, but
yes,
not that quick.
yeah, it must, yeah. Having a slight moment there, but relatively calm for them right now in the hands of Norbert Tamas. And the Hungarian being hungry for victory here. Watkins looking for their first victory of the season. Effect there into the pits from LMDH, so they've come in from 5th. Dropped for a few more places through the order. You see the lights come on to flash automatically in these cars. I mentioned earlier, iRacing working on the ability to pull these cars away under hybrid power only and engage the internal combustion as they head down the pit lane. So it's just trying to work its way into the sim right now. So that's going to be another depth, another layer to this fantastic simulator. It feels like it's a pain in the backside at times, but then when you have these magical moments, all of a sudden, it all becomes worth it, doesn't it? It's why we love it. It's why we come sim racing. Now, what makes this even more inspired from Magic Arrow is they're up an incredible 10 places since the start, having started in 11th. Now up into the lead, and I mean, one of the gainers out of early on, however, and you know, I say the retirements, but a lot of the cars still actually running amazingly somehow, some way.
One of your largest movers of the race so far per category as well. Just having a scroll down on the timing screen, it's only really the Dutch sim racing team esports.
They're due for a pit stop soon.
Plus 13. True. So maybe.
But even then,
but yeah,
they're still in and about around that fight because they've got who is behind them? They have got obviously Maniti, who've had their own incidents. They've got the Sabat 92. That's been caught up in bits. Astro have as well, Impulse. So, and they're all, you know, a gap of roughly 3 seconds between one another. So they're probably slotting somewhere around there after that pit stop. However, having said that, yeah, they've got the momentum. You know, there's nothing's happened to them. They're not driving angry. Just getting on with things, and that's why they're all up in 4th. Climb just mentioned these 13 places incredibly, and looking like, well, the lap time may be struggling a little bit right now, which might be a little bit of a giveaway, but it's so hard to tell when you talk about lap time because it's multi-class endurance. As that is your leader in, that's Magic Arrow in. You can gain and lose so much per lap. We saw it earlier on. It's impossible to try and compare apples for apples with laps after laps, with not just your own laps, but also against other teams.
Yeah, it just comes down to like a net thing, isn't it? You add them all together over multiple laps and see if they actually are closing in or not. Actually, time management traffic management can be the main thing that that gets you there. So Peter Zuber 2 pit stops. Only Aiden Young ahead of him in the forcibly forward black car on 1 pit stop. So I would say that, yeah, even with that incident, Peter is still in control of this race. Perhaps, obviously, it might throw a cat amongst the pigeons with the strategy. Maybe he might not be able to make it. He's got to do an extra little splash or something like that. But quite frankly, he still looks like he's got quite a comfortable margin, so he's got enough time to play around with trying to figure out where to put this splash in if he needs it.
This is the thing, isn't it? Because they were on course at 40. They're roughly about 45 minutes per stop, you know, per stint, Alex. So that would have been enough fuel to do what, 45, 130, 3 stops, and they would have got home. Now, might even need a foot off it because it's just put them out of that bit of sync to be tight. And I think that, as much as we then might start to understand where they're at, it might then all of a sudden flip on its head. They do need to pit, and talking of pits, there's fiercely forward black in. And also, that's one of the save-out cars. Which one is that? That is your leader. So 2 leaders in.
Yeah, let's see how these guys go. Say about away. So that's them having completed their stop. 33 seconds for that. So yeah, that 52. Let's see how long the likes of Luca and Roman will stay out there in the
With Sharon the Delatraz.
yeah, thank you.
BMWs. I think it's looking really dominant for BMW here today. I mean, that's just a bit where the car's just so good over the curbs that you can just launch it about.
Possibly. I mean, I mean no disrespect to any of the other Mercedes teams out there, but really it's Miniti that's waving the flag for AMG Mercedes on the grid. They definitely showed that last time. And of course they had their issues at the start of this race, so they're having to kind of work their way back. So yeah, let's see how they go by the end. There's still got a little bit of time, and other people have had issues, so they might come away with this still leading the championship. I can't remember off the top of my head who's a bit further down, and whether these standings will get mixed up.
Well, yeah, it's I think still everything all
Excuse me.
all to play for, and it's still very early on in the season. Although it is only a 6-race season, it's still be possible to come back. It's definitely not over any stretch of imagination. So the MA70 car, that's into the pits, and as we're just over that halfway mark, probably a good. Do you know what? It caught me out then. I had a micro panic.
You thought they were back in the pits, did you?
I was about to say you've rubbed off on me. Maybe not the best choice of phrase, but yeah, it's yeah, bit of a panic that was actually race clutch in, but it's not. So we're okay. They ironically are now actually in the lead, and that is because we've had pit stops from obviously Magic Arrow and Fierce.
Yeah, Timothy and
fiercely forward black.
have pitted.
And
Yeah, it does.
And have come out in front, Alex, of Magic Arrow.
They have. 1.08 seconds faster in the pits there. I think Clash are going to get ahead of Semi-Fi here as well. Yeah, they do. So yeah, good run for Clash. Yeah, we're just waiting for the, like I say, the Scuderia guys to do their pit, and that'll give us a true read of the MDH order at the moment.
And they're going much deeper than any of the other teams have managed to right now. So you can see why they're up 11, although it is slightly, ATR, not again, ATRS. That's drive through from them. So that's what, their 3rd, maybe 4th penalty over aggressive driving. And whereabouts? So they're going to be well down. So currently in 14th, and what? Some 2 laps behind off the leader in that class. So another penalty ensuing for them. Right, Scuderia Volpe Viola are into your pits. just right on board with the Astro Racing 333 Mercedes. Ismail Martel currently on board with them, and that's the Sabout BMW, the 92, only just in front of us, only half a second. They're going to get slightly held up by the LMP2 here. This could be a change for position as we run down to the 90, turn 1. But Alex, you don't always necessarily want to get the move done here. The Sabout car just covering it off, saying no, you don't come past, but maybe would have actually been better letting them through and then passing them on the way up the hill down towards the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, taking the 1X there and using the runoff to try and carry the speed and momentum. See if they can get the overlap done before the chicane and the bus stop. It's always tricky when you throw the bus stop into this one, because it just does shorten up the amount of time needed to get it done. But yeah, nice defending there. Able to hold on to that, just placing the car up the inside.
I think Martel just yielded that, did the sensible thing, because he was right alongside, literally even.
Very aggressive sort of, dogged defence there, really, just to give him absolutely no room. Fair though, there was enough room.
Well, yeah, there was definitely just over a car's width, literally just over, no more, no less, no messing whatsoever. There's no one in the Sabout cars that's also in a battle here in LMP2. Colin Regarton's got into the Sabout Esports 90 car, but rather than being, well, also, actually, no, apologies, yeah, also being hunted in this situation too. It's Alpha Esports by G Performance in just behind them. So we've got the Hydro Race Geodesic into the pits in LMP2, and actually this could really help Regarton's situation here, because Klaus of Alpha Esports just behind us, just held up behind one of the BMW GTDs there. It's going to open up this gap to about 4/10, but that's going to provide us the cushion we need down into the braking zone to maintain what is currently 8th in class right now. Well, you can see the speed difference. Just look at the way Tyler Klaus was able to catch up to Regarton there.
It didn't look like I would have said he had the particularly optimal line through there as well, but was confident with the line that he had, carrying that extra speed through. Just made a massive amount of gains there. Around the outside of the GTD here, through the toe. Never easy.
Synchronised light flashing there going on in LMP2. Meanwhile, back to that Sabout battle in GTD. Meanwhile, as Astro still trying to find their way past, however, not looking to come from it. Definitely that Astro Mercedes not looking as aggressive as, well, what was the Alpha Esports car in LMP2, who has actually since then, since we were looking at it, has made their way past Alex. So Sabout Esports 19, LMP2 down one place, down into 9th, with Alpha Esports up into 8th. It's just, there we go.
Yeah, we'll see. See what happens there. Just, I wondered if they were going to stay with him for a little bit, but it seemed to drop him back on the timing tower straight away.
So meanwhile, up in...
I was just having a quick look at that a bit further, actually. It's quite a bit of difference in pit lap there as well. There's 8 laps difference in pits. So that could just be more down to fuel load as opposed to raw pace. I think just holding a bit more...
Ooh, there was a car off. There's a car off. That was on LMP2. I didn't quite catch who it was.
Yeah, I'm going to look at the YouTube stream, give us our instant replay.
Yeah, luckily we have a 30-second delay between what we see and you guys see at home. It gives us a second chance to spot stuff before replays are picked out by our production team. And just want to come around now in what apparently what we're seeing that you're seeing, you will see that we see. It makes roundabout sense in some ways.
Can't tell who that is, but they're parked up. Yeah, Peugeot mixed with a bit of crab, I think, there, because seemed to be crabbing as well as just missing the rear wing.
I'm trying to make some sort of analogy out of that, but can't make it work, can't make it think.
No, I'm afraid not.
Crab and Peugeot.
No, there's no similarities.
There really isn't.
You just have to accept the fact that the car looks like the Peugeot in it. It's got some damage.
Yeah, the Drift Special Edition would be a good way of coining that one. Delta V in GTD here.
Is that clashing again?
That is them in again.
Wonder what that was about.
Also in is our leader, Race Clutch. They're in too, Alex. So always watching this enthralling battle here between 3D Rap Squad Corsa and Delta V. You're going to slide it up the inside. Job done for them, or is it? Because look at the way that 3D Rap Squad Corsa just trying to fight it back, but then it has to yield there into the penultimate corner. So they've got Alessio Pasquale in the car for them right now. Remy Fortin for Delta V. And the fact Pasquale, 3D Rap into the pit box. There is our leader, fully in. Up on the jacks, new tyres, new fuel, not new dry there. Peter Zuber is going to remain in the car.
Yeah. I dare say they only took a tiny little bit of fuel, didn't they, when they had the fast repair there previously? Because it seems pretty quickly that they're back in.
So they were stationary 6 seconds less than their opponents. However, sorry, 10 seconds less even, Alex. But that would probably allow, I think they stopped about 6 laps earlier than what they should have done. So all in all, that means that, probably works out. That is, well, even so, it's still a little bit short, but yeah, it's still not done and dusted for them. I mean, going for them, they had the commanding lead and then made contact with that. It was an Allen P2, wasn't it? And found the wall. Let's take a look at some. Oh, that's Delta Sport. So Race Clutch. Oh no,
So this is another instant they've been involved in.
Yes. Wow.
So maybe this is why they're pitting so soon.
Oh.
That's like 5 cars involved in that, all in one go. I'm going to turn around and look at the protest sheet and see what's
I'm seeing gesticulating hands going on right now. That's never a good sign. We've got Sam Fitzpatrick and.
I mean, that instant's not being looked at yet. Maybe we'll turn around in a minute because there's 5 cars involved in that, and I'm sure there's going to be some protests coming in.
It's a bit of netcode involved in the one that we're looking at right now. Meanwhile, just keeping with live pictures, it's Effect versus Simify. As Effect just run it in a bit deeper, and Simify hands to Christian Lamella, says thank you very much, I'll have that gap, and then nearly puts in the wall himself in doing so, rejoicing the fact they've got themselves up into 3rd place. And Effect now just dropping a couple of plans. They've got Jack Wilson in the car. So you previously saw him on Apex Racing TV. Well, obviously, 2 weeks ago here in the championship. However, before that in the Clio Cup.
Race Clutch 2.5 minutes in the pits now. It's not looking good. They look like they've got some pretty big damage there.
Well, they would have taken their fast repair at the last one, wouldn't they, Alex?
They did, yeah.
And from a 45-second lead, looking like they were cruising their way to 2 wins from 2. The fastest lap of the race as well. They've led every lap. It's gone. However, this does now mean it is game on for everyone else. Who's gonna take it? It's up for grabs.
So 1X Race will be in the chat in no time, I'm sure. Delighted with the 50 Ford guys being up the front.
Yeah, most certainly. Martin Senjin currently in the car for the 50 Forward Black LMDH. Magicaro, they're on for us. I mean, that's a solid result. Started length up into 2nd. That's up 9 spots right now. And to boot, well, slightly slower lap, but they were caught up in traffic that time around. And they've lost a bit of pace mid-race, haven't they? Because they were, were actually ahead of Fiercely Forward, and then, before that they were battling with them. So, yes, it's just not.
So I say they had a sort of 4 or 5 seconds lead, didn't they?
Yeah, they did over them, and then it all sort of fell apart during the pit stops. Not too sure why. I think it might have been a bit of a poor in lap. But as we said, this is the thing with multi-class endurance, isn't it? You've got 3 different races going on in exactly the same time, and here we are with this is what can happen. You can lose it in an instant. You can gain it in an instant. Right now, well, not looking good for Race Clutch. They look like they've lost it all. Such a shame for them. Meanwhile, Dutch Sim Racing, you see on the screen right now. These Van der Horn, he's gone into the car. It'll be interesting to see what he can do and how he can try and drag that BMW M4 GT3 up through the order. I mean, it's 12 seconds. Oh, no, sorry. Apologies. 1.6 seconds behind the Sabre 93. Right now, I mean, BMW absolutely locking things out in GTD. Only the third place Mercedes of Astro is the only non-BMW inside the top 7. In fact, they command 8 of the top 10 spots, with only Maniti and the Mercedes being the only one that is not, well, they're themselves and Astro being the only ones that are not BMWs in that top 10. Definitely down what's the better car so far this season, but of course, changing BOPs, it's all going to come and change around, don't you worry. It'll be interesting to see how that one progresses. And that is looking like Race Clutch have retired. That is them done and dusted. As I can now, wow, just looked over my shoulders. I know Alex is paying a close attention to seeing exactly how it all unfolded. Any clues yet for Race Clutch?
I'm not sure at the moment for the Race Clutch part. I mean, I think there's a lot of things going on right now as well, because it led into many incidents afterwards as well. So drivers not holding their brakes and all sorts of things that are going to get protested. Of course, it is in the rules, you know, that you need to hold your brakes so that you're not. Well, I believe it is. I think.
I can tell things have got serious and complicated because Peter Berryman's just taking his headphones off. So definitely a sign that this is.
I mean, they were listening, I think, to make sure that they
Yeah.
could tell with the engine notes and stuff like that with what's going on. But yeah, the brakes was quite easy to see. So yeah, it's unfortunate.
Just goes to show, though, doesn't it? You know, doesn't matter how good you are. It's lap of the gods. Sometimes it's out of your control as much as it is in your own control to seal your destiny. So we're just on board here with Marcus Kennel of Scherer Esports. Now, that's not the car that we're currently battling with. In fact, it's the Sabre Esports 91 of Roberto Ferrari. That's right, a man called Ferrari driving a BMW. Certainly an Italian. There's really something not right about that. Well, it could be worse. I suppose he could be in the Lamborghini. We know all about the stories between old man Lamborghini and old man Ferrari, and the story that those two told out many, many years ago. But yeah, 2.2 seconds is the gap. So this is, I mean, still certainly not over and done and dusted between these two.
Look, they're carrying more fuel and able to stay with as well for this stint. So this is a very, very impressive stint. And like I said, it's going to come to them at the end once they have that slightly shorter pit stop.
Yeah, that's when the fly. I mean, right now they've managed to go a lap longer in each of their stints. So their stints now, effectively, you know, they've gained 2 laps over Sabout 91. So looking very, very promising. That's Walk Red into the pits from our leading LMP2. Now they're on a slightly different strategy, and that's the driver change going on. That's why they've just disappeared. Emmanuel Gakzella's got into the car from them. Now, Sabout Esports 392 failed to hold brakes in a collision, so that's got to be part of that big Race Clutch incident, hasn't it? Which is that car's running well down the order. I mean, they were running strong earlier on. They were, no, apologies, I'm thinking the 93 machine. It's, yeah, the 92, not so much, but yeah, they're running down 14th at the moment, and they, what?
That was the Race Clutch incident. I don't think, I think them and Race Clutch were involved at exactly the same time. It wasn't either of their faults initially, from my understanding. But yeah, looking at it, it was unfortunately the Sabout car just didn't hold the brakes there. So. And ended up collecting another driver where they needn't have because they were out of the way. So, but yeah, and when you look at it, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 cars involved in that crash. So lots of different views that the stewards are having
Well, this is the beauty of sim racing.
now.
You can just break things down and you can watch it again numerous times and just tweak angles. We have infinite amount of angles here available to us, which you wouldn't have in real life racing. So definitely makes things interesting. As you see us, well, you see in the background there just how they're working their way through the footage. Just Alex trying to work out his coordination there to try and point it out which way around we're looking here. And well, what can we say? It's definitely turned into a war of attrition here.
Yeah.
Battle of the Glen. No messing whatsoever.
Yeah, there's still, I mean, like I say, there's so much to unpack. Unfortunately, it was a self-spin that's caused it all. And I'll tell you who, it was with as well. So it was with the MA70 car as well, because I keep looking back and I can't work out which one the race clutch car
which
is.
one's which? Oh dear.
So,
oh dear.
yeah.
You've got your glasses sat right next to you as well.
But my
Oh,
headset's
dear.
squishing
Yeah,
into my glasses tonight. I don't know what it is. My ears hurt. So
First world problems.
exactly.
Oh dear.
I'm just after a bit of comfort. That's all.
I know.
It's tough.
It's time for not only shoulder rub and a bit of hot cocoa or something like that. Arctic Racing. Now, this is one of the teams that are right up in amongst things. Now, they have taken their third stop. I'll still remain well off the pace. Maxime Rubruck is back. He's in the car there, trying to hunt down the No Limit Sim Racing Academy car. They've had Louis Gregg get into their LMP2. So they head over through the S. It's just encountering a little bit of back markers here. As all, and also front markers as well. What you gonna do, Maxime Rubruck, as he tries to find a way through the BMW, cuts across the curb and nearly makes contact with the Arctic LMP2 there. And amazingly, somehow, some way, they all find it through.
I was about to say, they all survived well there. I mean, I didn't see that playing out any other way than what it was going to. As soon as that BMW was wide, it was always going to have to swing back quite heavily in the bus stop. But yeah.
Well, and in fact, in doing
checked
so,
up
compromised them so much that is Alex Bennett in the Maniti Mercedes who said, well, do you know what? Thanks very much, guys.
Slip through.
You've helped me
Nice.
out here, and I'm going to slip and slide my way through. Most certainly. So they're up into 7th right now. Making good progress. Only up the 2 places. I mean, Dutch Sim Racing still only up just a casual 9 up into 8th.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's quite a realistic position, though, because they've had their extra little pit stop. So they're on 3, everybody else is on 2. So I think that's a genuine 7th. And I think we said that at the start of the race, if they stuck with it, they could still end up with a decent result. And I think, so what are they, 17? No, they're 4 seconds behind, aren't they?
4.7 behind, yeah, save up 93.
Yeah, so I think that's doable. But perhaps the next position is probably not. 17 seconds up the road.
Hey.
An hour left. I mean, maybe.
All I'm going to say is just look
top
at
5.
what happened to race.
Yeah,
Alex.
true.
45 seconds in the lead.
Yeah.
Now, out of the race, I haven't seen that car going yet. And no, that's still stationary. Yeah, that's retired.
They are dumb.
Hasn't moved in 8 laps.
That's a shame. You know, when you're 44 seconds clear, I think that was the highest I saw it.
Yeah, 44, 45, somewhere around. It was certainly somewhere up and around those regions, wasn't it?
In a 3-hour race and you don't take the win, you're gutted. That's almost a pit stop that they had there as well, you know. So yeah, they'll be disappointed. Obviously, I'm sure they'll take away the key points from the race was that, you know, they were hyper fast. You know, really did a great job. Took all their opportunities that they had to build a lead, and yeah, it's just unfortunate. I tell you what, that LMDH, it looks sketch through that bus stop.
Oh, it does.
Really does. Like, it's just, yeah.
It's like it can't quite make up its mind, and this isn't, you know, nothing that Peter Sidka from RD SimSport is doing necessarily wrong. No matter whose it is, it's either completely fine or it looks absolutely horrific. I don't know whether it's something to do with the hybrid deployment, obviously, you know, engaging, you know, the front wheels, so almost making it front wheel drive. or if it's something to do with, you know, just the balance of the car. But essentially, the chassis underneath it is not a million miles off the LMP2. Talking of LMP2s, Arctic once again up onto the back of No Limits. Those two coming back together once again. Although that's going to take probably another lap of hard work from Arctic to try and make an attack. Certainly onto No Limits. Try and seize their way through there. Looking very, very close between them. Oh, and oh, geez, well pointed, Alex. 2 hours in. Mentioned to one of our sponsors, one of our two main sponsors here for the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship, and well, Stormforce. Thank you to them for providing us with an epic ASUS Vivo 5 watch. For any team who didn't receive a penalty during the season, Stormforce have decades of experience in building everything from high-quality gaming PCs to professional workstations. All the PCs are engineered to maximum performance and deliver outstanding value with every build, no matter your budget. You can click the link in the description to see all the latest offers at stormforcegaming.co.uk. Talking about, well, it's still static, isn't it, that gap? 2.4 seconds between Scherer, who you can see on the screens right now. You're saying earlier about just how the great work that Marcus Kennel has done, and he's maintained that gap to Seatbelt despite them carrying that extra fuel, and, you know, you having gone that little bit longer in each of the stops.
Sorry, just a little distracted there for a moment.
It's what I was saying about, you know, the great work that Marcus Kennel's done. Stop later each time compared to the Seatbelt car. You know, they're now currently running, what, 2 laps ahead.
Yeah, not as, like you say, not as many this time, but still an extra or a few laps. So
let's take a look at the last hour of racing that we've had here. We hit the 2-hour mark, so this is Magic Arrow, and they're overtaken. So this is the first of the 2 race clutch incidents, and just getting tangled up with one of the LMP2s there, and it looked like it was more on race clutch a bit. They just seemed to drift out wide, and that just squeezed the LMP2 when there was no need. They got this big lead, Alex, so why risk anything? Or do you just get into a little bit of...
Yeah, like you say, they just seem to track out a little bit.
Yeah. So here's one.
That's
wow.
That's that Monaco-esque moment I was telling you.
Yeah, you called it earlier on as, wow, okay, that was one of the, not the biggest instance we've seen, but definitely right.
So this is it. So it's the Delta Sport car. Sorry. Another red and black.
Well, yeah, makes contact with the race clutch, and that was the
into
race
the Seatbelt.
ending.
The Seatbelt didn't hold its brakes, and that's what caused that next car that just comes sliding into the action. It's like, ooh,
cannonball,
pick me.
Coming, and all the other memes to go with it. Feel free. We'd love to hear. You know, make as many memes out of that as you want. Make sure to tag us on Twitter. Get them posted. Always great entertainment. Love hearing from you guys, as always, on all of our socials. And, well, just having a little look across to the chart, across after the last hour. Ben Cullen there. Great effort by the Effect Boys. Yeah, not going too bad for them. 4th in LMDH. And still, even with a bit of a shout at 3rd place, potentially. 2nd in LMP2. And Alex, actually, look, what are we doing for pit stops? Well, I'll tell you what, they've working the strategy once again, Alex, because look, that gap's down to only a second now.
Yeah.
Only a second. And it had opened up to about 2.4. In fact, I think it grew even further to about 7 seconds. So they've now, interestingly, so they took their short stint just on this last stop now, which they stopped last time around. But they've gone 5 laps long. I mean, I'm still not sure quite how this is going to pan out between themselves and Walk. Well, we'll know right at the end. I think that's the only way we'll find out on this one.
Yeah, I think they're fairly equal now, right? On how it all pans out. They've got that one more stop to go each, and I suspect those are going to be similar pit stop lengths. So it's a straight out fight. Here we are, 0.4 of a second. As kind of what we expected, that the strategies would potentially come together.
And we've got, so effectively, we've got James Ibram in the car right now. So this is his first outing in this season. And he hunts down that Walk Racing red car, the Emmanuel Gexella, the Romanian. Needs to hold strong now. As effect bear down on them. We head into the second hour for all in racing here in the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Series. So who's going to come out between these two on top? Definitely your closest battle. Certainly your closest battle for the league. Just keeping in touch with GTD. So that gap has actually grown a little bit. It had been 2.4 seconds for, realistically, pretty much the last hour. But it has grown by an additional second. Sabre have extended the lead over Share Esports. So just head up through the S's right now on board with effect.
Really not a huge amount of time close in the draft there, is there?
No, they're not.
Come out of that turn 1/7 of a second behind. They're going to go into the bus stop. I mean, just underneath that. Oh, I tell you, the prototypes don't ride it very well, but actually the P2 seems to be a little bit more like it can absorb it.
Yes.
The DH, I don't know if it's just a bit heavier or something like that. It just seems to suffer from bottoming out a little bit more.
So that is the Mercedes of Junkos Hollinger Esports. And if they swapped around, I think they have, Alex, yeah. So Alessandro Torcini for Junkos has got ahead of the Sabre 93. Salvatore Gattuso is in the car for that one. And, well, actually, that gap is growing as well as Junkos seems to be opening up that further and further. So that's definitely a bit of a change in raw pace. However, the Sabre 93 has just come out of the pits, so definitely, definitely going to have a contrast in different abilities of the car. No matter what the driver is. If you're a relatively similar ability, which a lot of these drivers are within this league, if you come out with a car fully laden with fuel and you're going up against someone who's at the end of their stint, you don't really stand much of a chance, really.
I mean, I'm going to be the devil's advocate there. It just kind of depends how you've looked after the tyres, right? If the tyres are in good order and you're on a light car, you might end up being a little bit faster. And I definitely have seen that a few times in some data that the guys from downstairs have shown me, saying that they're faster at the end of the stint. So, but yeah, if you wreck them, then it just doesn't matter.
It's all immaterial, and well,
so Feisty forward, they are. I'm just checking that because that surprised me when I looked at that. 27 seconds to the lead now, and yeah, pit strategies are exactly the same. So suddenly they've just ramped it right up.
They have, and if just looking at the effect 208 there, well, actually called the 908, but runs with the 208 number on their car. And they've actually lost a bit of time due to this traffic here. It's just not... I mean, this is the beauty and the beast of all, isn't it? Because they got it down to about 7.6, 7.10. So now, in the space of one lap, you can see the way that James Imbram's really hustling the car, feeling a bit of frustration in it. 2.6 seconds is now the gap in the space of a lap, and this is never normally a good sign, but they've managed to get it done ahead of the braking zone. As the Sabre 93, well, what a view that Salvatore Gattuso's got of this one, too, scrapping LMP2s ahead of him. That is the, one of them is the Brabham, and I'm trying to work out who the other one is, because they're going to be different, separated, because they're obviously not, I should have thought that they should be scrapping like that, because there's no one actually close enough in LMP2 to be actually, that close anyway, certainly to be battling away. But that Junkers Hollinger car, it's still going around. However, they just stop on lap 58. GTD are on lap 70. So Yeah, they've still got quite a way to go in that car. And there is that Brown car that we're talking about, the Missing Sid, currently lying 4th in LMP2 right now. And they've had, as has been the last sort of the driver stint, changing driver. Antel Rafael Sabo has got into the car for them. It's the Sabre 90 in LMP2s heading into the pits. Callum Reed-Garton, he's had a cracking stint. Really made up some places and see some brilliant racecraft from the Brit as they came in from what would have been, they were running quite high, weren't they? They were running about 5th or 6th, I believe, from memory, and well, obviously dropping a few places due to that pit stop, as they're going to come out probably 9th, maybe even 10th, but they have stopped. But they're going to have to stop again, Alex Barr, some absolutely giga fuel saving, because we've got, what, 50 minutes by the time they come out of the pits?
Yeah, exactly. We'll see, I guess.
I think we'll obviously see is 45 minutes.
Yeah. It's not even, it's like 3 laps extra fuel. I can't see how they're going to save that. You know, you might be able to push 1 or 2 with some lift coast, I would think, but I think 3 may be too much to ask for.
Well, that car's already stopped 4 times, so it's not been their day. I mean, they've done absolutely stunning stuff to be able to recover the car and get back up to where they are right now. So there is Delatraz, Cedric and Bale currently in the car for them, with Reed-Garton coming out of the pits, fresh rubber, fueled up, ready to go. Not enough to get them home, sadly, but with this new rubber, you can see the way he's just able to drive off the corners that little bit easier, but really turn up the pressure.
Yeah, great run off the corner, like I say.
Well,
not quite able to get enough of a run. Now up the inside through the tricky left. Oh, there's a little bit. So I did not even know there was a GTD car there. But yeah, gets the move.
Gets the move. Well, got it done with the elbows out. A bit of aggression involved in that one. Do wonder whether that might be looked at the stewards.
That'd be good.
The Zaltraz and the GTD, LMP2 and the GTD, I think they will be looking at that with one, looking like they've made contact with one another as, well, not what you want to, certainly, not what you want to see at this stage of the race. Last thing you want to do is fall off the road this late on, really, is it?
No, I mean, I still feel like there's a lot of time left for that to happen, unfortunately.
48 minutes. Yeah, like you say, this we've seen it happen. On the final lap. Go Ferrari. Wow. Now, this is where we have. Well, actually, no. Now, obviously,
so we've got something up our sleeve for that comment, haven't we?
We have, because it's not actually, because of the only Ferrari in GTD, that retired all the way back on lap 9, GTD now on lap 73, so you could only mean one thing, DTM. That must be Roberto Ferrari of Save Out Esports, currently leading in class right now. However, that is the move, well, nearly done there, as Magic Arrow trying to play their part here. That is, well, yeah, there's Simify actually ahead of them, isn't it? So that's the move done. And that's looking like Simify as well. I mean, Christian Lamella looks like he's got the move done and walking away.
I was about to say, starting to look like he just gauged top gear or something there. Yeah, just really pedal to the metal.
This is one of the things, isn't it, that obviously you have to manage the hybrid system in these cars, and if you run out of it where you're trying to push too hard, so you think, I'll just lose that little bit more attack mode, rather than put it into balance and let the car manage it a bit more. And if you run out of electrical deployment, and these cars are realistically under just internal combustion, not really any quicker, if at all, than one of the LMP2s.
Almost feels slower.
Well, yeah.
To be honest, when you take away the hybrid element, electrical part, yeah, they don't have any at all.
No. Although finding the grass there is Mella. You see just how hard he is pushing right now. He creeps up onto the bottom of the back of one of the Sabre cars. So that must be the 90. That's Reed Gardson in the Sabre Esports 90 car. Yes, it is. As he's just starting for position there in LMP2. So that's just him utilising the LMDH there just to punch a hole through the traffic, get the move done. And Magic Arrow have been left for dead here, Alex. 1.3 seconds the gap. I mean, that's about half a second in one lap.
I was going to say, that is a lot in one lap. So, not really sure what that's that's about.
And Magic Arrow aren't, it's not like there's horrifically differing strategies or anything like that. They're all pretty even.
Yeah, couple of laps difference on the pits. Just having a look at the last lap time, 1:32.2 versus 1:32.9. So yeah, 0.7 of a second difference there. Yeah, odd.
It's even bigger than I thought initially. So
and Simify, I mean, it's worth pointing out that they have had 3 stops, so that's probably a little splash and go. So maybe what that's showing to us is that overall they are quite a bit quicker anyway, and they've now recovered that splash in terms of the time to give them track position as well. So really seeing the strategies start to play out.
But from looking at it, they are going to have to stop again, as well as so many of the teams are here. Nobody's going to, to be worked out, it'd be incredibly tight for one of the LMDHs, even with the new BOP change, meaning that they can go longer, much more fuel efficient. Yeah, looking like they're really, really strong here on for a solid result. As Stuart's looking at more incidents in the background there as well.
Actually, I feel like they're calming down. Actually, they've been pretty full on all race long so far. As yeah, we do just turn and have a little look, and yeah, they're up to date on the sheet. You can't see it; it's on the monitor to the right of the of the stack of replays. I
mean, the fact you can see Sam's screen just over there is completely and utterly still. Is a really good indication for yourself that yeah, they're calm, as you're seeing in live pictures right now. It's starting to get a bit treacherous. It's weird. It's the accordion effect, isn't it? Where you go through stages where it just seems like there's nothing really that much on track. Everyone's quite spaced out, and then all of a sudden they start, it all compresses and they all end up on top of one another. Not as manic as what we have in the very early stages of the race on those first pass-throughs. However, still not, it's still pretty busy, pretty treacherous, and there's so much at stake. You've come 2 hours and 17 minutes to throw it all away from a silly incident. I mean, sometimes not even your fault. Let's just look at the battle just happening behind. We see, actually, no, there's 2 different classes there coming through. That's why it looks slightly uncontested into GTD, though. This is your battle for 5th place as Martel of Astro. So they've come in, Alex, for their final stop. So Astro are good to go now right until the very end. So I think realistically, even if they lose this place to Dutch Sim Racing, who have got to stop again, it's not necessarily the end of the world for that Mercedes team.
No, I don't think so. I think they'll be okay. They probably won't want to battle too hard and lose too much time as well, because maybe what we were coming to earlier on with the GTDs at the end of the stint can be a little bit quicker, depending on how they've taken care of their tyres.
Just opening up a little bit more of a gap there. I say that, I say it's just nothing too dramatic. Just eking out another 2, 3 attempts, and we talk about the amount that you can lose and gain for the prototypes, but actually it's even more so the same for the GTDs. But then I would assume, especially for how your guys experience it in like BMW Sim Cup and like the big enduros, it must be even harder for the GTDs to make up time through traffic. So easy to lose it, but so hard to make it back. Whereas in the prototypes, it's a little bit 50-50.
Yeah, it's difficult. I think some of them will obviously lift where they can to save fuel, to allow the you know, the move through, so that they're not dived and held up through the middle of the corner. You know, better to save some fuel.
That's first and second place in from GTD. Now, this is really,
stay with this, I
really
think.
crucial, because this is going to really define how this plays out for the win in class. So these two are well clear. They will come out alone. Delatraz, who are currently in third, do need to stop again, but they're too far back. I don't think they're going to catch these guys, even after they come out of the pit. So the save-out car down off the jacks. So is the Scherer Esports BMW.
It's the fuel that I think is going to be
It is.
different.
To me, it should be. Well, I thought it was going to be Scherer who were going to be off the line first, but no, it's Save-out are gone. Now,
they're about the same.
Oh, yeah, they are, aren't they? It's only half a second in it. So it was 2.4 seconds, the gap, when they came in. Who's had the best hit in? Who's been managed to break as late as they possibly could? So he said, about 2.5, 3 seconds, the advantage Save-out had over their competitors. And Scherer, as they come out, I mean, maybe they've gained a couple of attempts, but not as much as I thought they were going to, Alex.
Could lose more time here if Delatraz try and go through.
Well, Delatraz fully up to speed. They're in the slipstream. What do you do? It is the leader. They're entitled to go past.
Oh, they are.
They're going to.
Yeah, they're going to make it a little bit tricky. Nah, maybe not. Don't really lose too much time there in the end. But yeah, had they got alongside and made it a bit more tricky into the bus stop, that might have lost them another second or so.
They're going to have a compromise there. Exit their roll, just squeezing their way through. I think that's the Pure Sims LMP2 there. Ooh, wow.
Just trying to get the tyres into...
I think for Delatraz, this, although it is the leader, this is actually full position, and they are on differing strategies. Delatraz do need to pit again, but they're fully entitled to have a go here. They're fully entitled to try and make their way past.
Yeah, and they should. I say that they're just out of the pits. They're just trying to get used to, you know, what the car's doing, the heavier fuel. I won't say like tyres are trying to get into a window or anything like that, but you know how sometimes the first few corners can be a bit sketch until you get kind of settled into how the balance of the car is again. And yeah, it's quite a change to go from a light car with rubbish tyres to actually a heavy car with good tyres and kind of maximise the most out of it.
Save-out's in the pits. Save-outs are in the pits.
Oh, is that going to be a penalty drive-through? Did they have a speeding violation on the way out?
No, they're stopping again. Now, Delatraz lost a lot of time, and they're now behind the Scherer car. So I'm wondering if that was a fast repair they've popped in for.
I'm going to say it's a speeding penalty. I'm going to say it's a stop-go. I'm trying to remember. What'd you get on the exit of a...
15 seconds?
Is it? Yeah. Okay, so maybe not then. Yeah.
They're stationary, Alex, for 3 seconds. It says to me almost fast repair. That car's been out of the walls today so far. I think
why? I didn't see anything on that lap.
Well, no, but Delatraz lost a lot of time. I was sat there watching, hold on a minute, they're losing time, and then realised, hold on a minute, that's against Scherer, who they had about, what, 2.5 seconds on them? I think they've had a bit of a coming together somewhere. I'm sure our producers are onto it, and they're trying a bit of a dig through, undoubtedly, and see if we can try and find out exactly what has happened in GTD. Meanwhile, in LMP2, they're back at it again. Oh, that's Magic Arrow in for the final time. Actually, so a fiercely forward black in LMDH.
Okay, we think we've spotted it. I think it's an unsafe pit exit. He has got half a foot wide over the pit exit line.
No.
So that's why it's a stop-go, as opposed to a speeding penalty, which would have been a 15-second.
Wow.
That's
brutal.
That's rookie mistake. You don't want to, this final stop, you know, he's got 2.5 second lead. Just handed this win to...
They've handed it over to Scherer, haven't they?
Yeah, to Scherer here, really.
And they haven't put it, this is the gutting thing for the 91 Save-out car. They've not put a foot wrong all race long. And I tell you what, Maniti as well.
No, I just
pointed it out.
I just
they're in
literally
second now, Alex.
just literally spotted that. That's
they have
crazy.
got to stop again, though.
I do. You're right. I think they have got to stop. It has got to be a little splash or something like that, hasn't it? So I say it's a splash. They still pitted on, what was it, about 6 or something like that initially?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
So it's not. It's going to be more than just a splash. It's going to be what, 2/3 of a tank or something like that. So it's considerable.
One Delatraz, where they come out. So they've come out all the way 7th.
Yeah, so that's a full stint. How far? Not too far behind Impulse, who also aren't too far behind the Dutch Sim Racing. So I actually think that's where I'm expecting Maniti to come out, in about 5th.
I mean, so that's not
or 4th. They'll probably be 4th because obviously they're in a position now.
I mean, as you said,
that'll be a heck of a drive.
Yeah. Really, really solid result for them. Meanwhile, up in LMP2, it's getting a bit more closer here. It's absolutely under. They're under quite a bit of threat because the driver's left as a Sabre goes right round the outside on the entrance into the bus stop, gets the job done. There's Callum Reed-Garton in spectacular style. Tyler Klausch had the best view in the house of that one to witness how it's done around the outside. An absolute drop behind the Sabre car. This is your battle for 5th right now in LMP2 as we head 35 minutes left on the clock out of 3 hours of racing. And Davide Archetta just trying to play the safe game, I'm guessing, but they're going to go up to a pack of GTDs and Absolute and Archetta getting the hurry up right now from Cloud from Alpha. So say, come on, we need to get past these GTDs. We need to stay up in tow, but they're going to fight their way through too. And that's just going to cover off the progress here as they squeeze their way through right round on the outside. 2 lines abreast. GTD left, LMP2 right through the penultimate turn. Taking lots to curb. And right now, Klaus is really, really pushing it as he's taking it much closer to the wall, closer to the edge of adhesion compared to Archetta. It's onto the brakes, and well, I'll tell you what, Reed-Garton's cleared off 1.7 seconds, Alex, and it was only, what, 3/4 of a lap to eke that one out. And that is why Klaus is on the lights so much. Just trying to distract, trying to do anything, but this is where he needs to get it done. And he's seen how, if he's brave enough, he saw how Reed-Garton on the previous lap got it done, run around the outside. It's
got to be the same.
Here we go. Let's find out what he thinks about it. But I tell you what, Archetta's wise to it, and he slides his way through the bus stop.
I tell you, if that's a DH, he's dead. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could see it bottom out hard, but the P2 just was like, okay, yeah, that's not great. That's not great, but I'll stay pointing forward.
Wow. Just keeping you abreast of what's happening on DH, fiercely forward. They're looking good for the victory in that one. It's up 2 laps to go, lap 90. Martin Schengen currently in for them, the German, and looking like that's going to carry them to victory. Bar, well, I would say all bar some disaster. Of course, we've seen drama, to say the least, with Race Clutch losing a 45-second lead due to 2 separate incidents and having to retire the car all the way back on lap 66. Clash, look, they're back there again here, Alex, aren't they? Happened at Spa.
I mean, they've got to pit. They've got to pit again.
They have.
So we'll see kind of where they come out.
But will we get to see how they finish?
Everybody else is still expecting to pit one more time. Is that going to be them? Are they going to be?
No. Effects are looking good for a second. They will not need to stop again. They stopped on 88. Magic Arrow won't need to stop. Neither will Sinufi or Scuderia Volpe Viola. As Magic Arrow have just got past Effect for 3rd. There we go, that happening in a bit of traffic there, so...
Guys have been ebb and flowing all race long.
Oh, they have.
Really hard to say who's the quickest out of those 2.
It is, it's a really real challenge, and Norbert Thomas getting the move done there to get themselves up into 3rd. I mean, that's an incredible 8 places Magicaro have climbed, and they're there on merit as well. It's not like, you know, they're on an alternate strategy. They've still got to pit again and light a car, yada, yada, yada. No, they're there, raw pace. GE Esports just setting their own personal best last time around 130.659 in LMDH. So they're pushing on late into the race trying to secure themselves, well, not trying to finish basically last of the, well, runners on the lead lap, shall we say. We're still looking back from Sumi Fee. What can Effect do? Going to be too far back to make a move this time around. And I mean, if you're Jack Wilson, how'd you play this one? Do you just bide your time a little bit, or do you try and get the move done as early as possible? Or, strategy doesn't play a part of it. It's not like you have to fuel save your way around this and maybe look for later in the race.
Oh, use the traffic. That's what you do.
Well, they're both held up. Both massively held up, and Wilson just not able to capitalise where he just tripped up as well. The same that Norbert Tamas did for Magic Arrow. And if they end up finishing Effect behind Magic Arrow, I think they'll look back to that moment as that's when we could have won it. You know, when we could have finished second, when we could have got past them.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like Jack is just, okay, he's been overtaken, but he looks relatively comfortable behind at the moment. There's not been, we've seen a few guys that they've been overtaken and within a lap or two, they're 2 seconds behind. So he feels like he might be able to stay with it. So a couple of replays from earlier on. First one,
Scuderia, Volpe, well, they got involved a few times, didn't they, with different outings. So that's Simify overtaking Magic Arrow much earlier on. And this is, well, them swapping around once. Yeah, no, that's over Effect, apologies. They've both got very similar liveries. It's like another race clutch scenario. And, well, and a bit of a mention to Storm Force as well. Power your passion with Storm Force. Get the frames you need to help you go faster in sim racing with Storm Force's range of gaming PCs. Also, you can dominate using world-class hardware with ASUS. And thank you very much to Storm Force and ASUS, our partners for this series, and the lovely prizes that they've provided us, along with obviously Apex Academy and SDK subscriptions too, and cash prizes. And what is our, I think this is right saying our biggest ever prize pool here at Apex Racing TV of the Apex Racing League series. So fantastic. And that gap's growing slightly, isn't it now? You said about it's, you know, Wilson of Effect just managing that gap, being happy to sit behind almost, but now it's doubled. And it's all come. Hold on, now.
It was a clean lap as well.
Clash are in, Alex.
Yeah, let's see where they drop down to.
Still up on the jacks. When's it going to drop? When are they going to come off? So they're down to 5th. It's dropped. When will they be released? When have they got enough fuel on board to go? It's waiting. They're going to drop to 6th. Well, I think they're going to be clear now. There we go. They're off. They're going to be well clear of G Sports, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well,
so
G
what
Sports
they
have got to stop
8,
again, haven't
9,
they, Alex?
10 seconds, maybe they're going to come out. Maybe 11 seconds back. So tall order. 28 minutes to try and catch up, even with the fresh tyres and things like that. So,
well, not realistically, they're not actually that much flesher compared to their competitors. Around 4.
Yeah.
At most 7 laps. I mean, Effect were the first to stop of everyone above them on lap 88 and currently on lap 95.
And just 4 laps on Scuderia, really. So, yeah.
Not much of a difference, really.
No, definitely a very tall order. So, it's going to need some some shenanigans, I think.
Yes, a bit of luck.
Yeah,
to say the least.
And yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. That's for sure.
In LMP, well, there right now is your leader in GTD, Share Esports. Hands of Marcus Canal, not really look like he's gonna, be distracted from the job in hand. And
so Miniti have pitted.
They
missed that, so they come out in 6th place. I said they might be able to get, what, 4th, I thought? So that was quite a long, that was a lot longer than I thought. It was short stop still at 26 seconds, but yeah, dropped them out there. So what have they got, like 8 seconds or so that they're going to have to catch up in?
11.
Yeah, sorry. It's always
Always read the timing screen.
Yeah. It's,
Yeah, and then
it's-
they're 8 seconds behind Impulse Racing. So, I mean, that's doable. What was, I guess it was the last lap that they pitted, was
Well,
it? No.
yeah, exactly.
So,
I mean,
I
Bennett
mean-
of Maniti did just set his personal best last time around, Alex. So
yeah, that's
uh,
0.3 of a
pushing for
second
it.
quicker there, maybe closer to 4, I'd say. I don't know, 0.4 a lap. That's quite sizable.
That is a lot. It's a lot to find out, but it's
Maybe they'll get there.
all it takes is a couple of bits of traffic, doesn't it? Tripping
Yeah.
up over one another, and
No calculator to hand, well, apart from the ones on all of the PCs that are around us,
yeah.
to try and work it out.
Or if you've got your phone in your pocket, you
yeah,
know.
I do not. So
No, neither do I.
I've been good. I've been good this broadcast.
As just see it here right now, fiercely forward black. This is your leader in overall. Apologies, I'm going to say they're in LMP2 for a second there, but they're not. They're definitely overall. Now, I don't want to say anything because what happened last time, the leader of LMDH had a lead like this.
I know. Yeah, no, definitely not.
No, but let's move. Let's move quickly on. We don't want any curse to the commentators here today.
Of course, it was the teammates that were doing so well earlier on, that were second place, tucked up behind the leaders, but both.
Yeah, it was the yellow outfit, wasn't it? I mean, they were looking strong for possibly even a win. I mean, they were going to push every step of the way, weren't they, against Race Clutch? And, well, in the end, I mean, looking at where they retired, I mean, there was 22 laps difference between them, but
Still busy.
13th for Zuba of Race Clutch, and Costa retired in the car in 14th place for Fiercely Forward. So it's a few gaps out there. We've had those retirements, but even so, still incredibly busy. As we just see on the RMDH, they're trying to squeeze their way through against the Impulse BMW. Up the inside, there you go. Walk Race Red.
That was obviously our LMP2 leader. Obviously, we're
It
in a
was.
pit stop phase at the moment, and I guess it's worth pointing out that they have come out behind Pure Sims. Don't know if Pure Sims are going to be able to make it to the end from here.
No,
I think it's highly
well. Alpha
unlikely.
Esports have just come in.
And yeah, and they're only a few laps afterwards. So I'm pretty sure that is essentially your race winner that just got warned there. So I think they'll be okay. No dramas, but yeah. Yeah, Pure Sims in, just as we were talking about it. Yeah, it just goes to show you.
No, that's
No knowledge, I'm like,
that's the Alpha Blue. Oh no, it's all gone wrong for them. They've missed the pit. Oh no.
by a long shot as well.
Yeah, having to. Oh right, backed it in. Okay, right. So that's definitely them out of the equation. Of any chance of finishing on the podium, I think. Even after adjusting for pit stops, so gutting for them. Say about 90 car was looking good at one stage or another. I tell you what, so was as well. Now, I don't think so. The effect car as well, James Ibram. Now that was looking really strong at one point. However, they've fallen right by the wayside, Alex, and currently residing down in 7th place. The point of even the Alpha Esports blue car is going to come out in front of. Well, yeah, it's come out well in front of them. So that's not quite gone the way that they would have hoped for. And of course, it was that car as well that had the damage in the last 5 minutes after GTD lost it on the exit Paul Ferrer, I think it was, at Spa. And
yes,
speared
it
across,
was.
speared
Yeah,
across
it
the
was.
track, nowhere near each other. One of those freak accidents and wiped them out from running second. So
grab them into the box as well.
Oh, yeah, well spotted. Well spotted. So that's from the lead, isn't it, in LMP2? Now, so they should fall behind Walk. Will they fall behind Alpha, who had obviously that interesting pit stop, shall we say, where they had to back the car in and completely and utterly miss their pit box? So they're going to be coming out any second. I think they may well do this. I think it's done and dusted. So yeah, they're going to come out. And that is, they are going to come out into third in class in LMP2. Looking good for that one at 4 places. And will not need to stop again. So that's them done, Dustin. That moment there for Alpha really has cost them so dearly. As there is the Magic Arrow car of Norbert Thomas, still running strong, second overall. However, Wilson has closed right back in again in these closing stages, really pushing it, really giving it a good go now, and just shows what that traffic can do in these stages of the race. Really shift the dynamic, and that's what we're seeing here at Watkins. Gap down to now just a meager 1 second. So we head down towards turn 1, the 90, and it needs to be flawless from this point onwards from Tamas if he wants to hold on to it. Wilson is going to be out of draft range, but he takes about half a tenth to a tenth out of Tamas, and that might be enough just to eke him inside that draft range. He won't close up enough to make an overtake, but it'll be enough just to make Tamas aware that he's coming for him, and he's looking to close up, and that he means business. As the gap shrinks slightly on the run down towards the bus stop, but there is Regarden as say about. Now this car's currently running 5th in class right now, and has lost a little bit of time to Alpha Esports Blue. And you see them just ahead at the other side of this. So that's the Delatraz Majors Garage. BMW has really gotten squeezed his way up the inside. 1.1 seconds the gap. Yuri Spetkins of Alpha. Of course, that pit stop where these guys only a couple of laps ago had to back the car, completely missed it, had to reverse and then back the car in, which meant that they lost all this time, and that's why they're coming under late pressure here from Reed Garten of Sabout in the 90 LMP2 as he nearly loses it across the curbs there. Of course, this remodeled Watkins Glen, and that curb on the exit out of the 90 turn 1. It's got a bit of a camber to it now. So easy to these LMP2s to bottom out across there. But what's not happening is not in slipstream range. Needs to work at this one, but there's going to be a compromise exit off the bus stop, maybe. No, it's not. But will he needs to get past this traffic as quickly as possible if he wants to try and mount a challenge. It's going to be so tight and held up even further, and he loses about a good half a second here. And wow, it's even bigger now. 6 tenths, 7 tenths, 8 tenths, 9 tenths over the Alpha car. And that's what's going to hurt him. As Pure Sims in from the lead in LMP2. You see the flash of the lights there from Regarden in that Sabout car. Not impressed right now with what he's seeing in front of him. As we head through, across the bump, and wow, you're going to feel like he's going to be on the left. He could not get any closer whatsoever now. He needs to be a bit careful through here. Last things he wants is a bit of aero wash across the front end of the car. You see the way it's just an aggressive stance, moving left, moving right, trying to shift the car out of the way. The flash of the lights once again, and finally it moves out of the way. It's down to the passing car, though, to make the pass when it is safe for them to do so. Let's take a look across to LMDH, what's happening there too. And it is still close between Wilson of Effect and Tamas of Magic Arrow. It's ebbing and flowing between 8 tenths and 1.2. Cannot make their mind up whatsoever. This perspective there from Wilson. Meanwhile, across that's Pure Sims in LMP2. And that gap is, well, actually, no, they are catching Alpha Esports Blue at 1.3 seconds. So all it takes is Alpha just to lose a little bit of time in a bit of traffic. That's going to bring Pure Sims right onto the back of them, which will bring Sabout right onto the back of them. We could have a three-way fight for the last place on the podium in LMP2 here from Watkins Glen. And after all this racing, all this time, that is what it could come down to. And Sabout there, we see them still just taking a bit tenfold, so but it's way this is ebbing and flowing. It's going to continue to do so as we're on 2 hours 43 minutes. So we've got what, some 17 minutes left. Who's got it within them? Who can find something here to get the job done when it counts? And ironically there. Just held up a little bit by his own team. It's the Sabout LMP2. As now you can see, in half a straight, all three of them, Alpha, Pure Sims, Sabout in LMP2, third, fourth, fifth. Spetguns versus Glaren versus Regarten. I tell you what, Pure Sims are just on the cusp of dipping it inside that second mark. It's down to 9 tenths now. Just starting to pick up that slipstream from behind. It's Regarten you've got a feel for, and there you go. 3 tenths just in the braking zone, and right now Spetguns is looking really, really vulnerable in the Alpha LMP2. It's heading down through into the boots. Just trying to hook the car up here. Trying to move it around. Needs to start thinking about it. Positioning GTDs between himself. And that is exactly what he needed to do to get this job done. To try and defend. Just try and eke out more of that time. Because what that's going to do is going to back Glaren all the way up into Regarten. Now, if those two are clever about it, they'll work together. They'll push each other along, and obviously not physically. You don't want to be doing that because that can invoke suspension damage on the car in front of you, as we talked about earlier, funnily enough, in the studio. Still, well, just seeing whether the Sabout GT3 there was going to be a little bit of assistance. Shouldn't be. It'd be against the rules, but you know, if you can't get out of the way, you know, then it is much easier to leave these GTDs onto the racing line and then go around the outside where you've got the more downforce, more of the aero in these prototype cars, both the LMDH and the LMP2 as well. As we see, second in place. That late stop has moved them from the lead. It is a Brabham Esports as looking on for really, oh, wow, wow, that could nearly sticking it in the wall. Sabo, wow, that could have absolutely destroyed it and absolutely ended it for them. Walk Racing Red looking strong up top. 5 seconds the gap back to Sabo. Sorry, 15 seconds even, apologies. As Sabo is up 5 places. I mean, having started all the way down in 7th to finish on the podium, I think that's a solid result for the Australian. He's glaring. You can see how much he is pushing right now. And in fact, he's caught right up onto the back of Spetguns. He must have got caught up in a little bit of traffic here in these late stages, and this is how close they are. This is how much they're pushing. But they need to be careful because Regarten is closing up 2.1 seconds. Glaren moves drivers left. Can't get the move done. Looking for the switchback. Is this going to be it? Pulls alongside Pure Sims. As Pure Sims, Alpha up the inside. And just about holds on, but they're going to be compromised on the exit, but they can defend easily through here. As Pure Sims still held up behind them. But all this battling, Alex, I'm sure you've seen it with your own drivers. I mean, how do you advise them? Because they need to get the move done, but yeah, so they squeeze down the inside there, and this is, well, Pure Sims going to get it done here, but needs to be careful because Regarten is, oh, as they almost make contact there on the apex, as Regarten's just going to be reeling these guys in, where they're battling so hard.
Yeah, exactly. Only 1.7 seconds behind that last lap. And it 8 tenths of a second that they closed up as well. So a bit more side by side, and he's going to be right on them.
He is going to get caught up behind the Lamborghini.
Jordy can have a look. No, just shoved his nose. Oh, did he almost hit the wall there? It was so close. But yeah, no, I think he's okay. Yeah, stepped away just for a second to come back, and it's all heating up. I'm seeing in the chat as well that you've got Brabham Esports closing in at a rate of knots as well, Walk Racing Red. So the LMP2 lead battle is not over and done with by any means as well. So that's what you get for pitting 6 laps later. Not less fuel. They'll be on equal fuel loads, but of course absolutely fresh rubber, but they actually pitted and refilled less fuel.
Well, that's Pure Sims. They've got it done. They are ahead now.
Yeah, and got enough of a buffer as well that they're not going to come under too much pressure. So we'll definitely see the little LEDs on the side of the car turn off for Geordie here, and switch over to Robin.
It's all easy, just touching the grass on the entrance there, just trying to get that bit of rotation. And, well, what is going to happen here on the braking zone? Alpha needs to get ahead. Does Geordie Spetguns? And, yes, he's got it done. because he didn't want to get compromised behind that GTD on exit. Look, taking the tactical off track here.
He took that there, didn't he? He realised he was
yeah.
slightly compromised on the way in, so take the extra speed, take the off track.
No messing.
I'm not sure what I prefer. I think I quite like the old one where you can kind of run it out wide and not get the off track.
As well, if that's who it was Marcus Kennel, who is your leader in GTD. A comfortable situation there, 21 seconds over Ferrari in the Sabout car. Of course, that unsafe pit exit is what really, really just cost them so dearly and ultimately probably cost them the win here today. As they had come out after the round of pits, that's what, some 2.2 seconds clear of Scherer. Gutting for them. Absolutely gutting for them.
Yeah, it wasn't comfortable by any means, but yeah, they looked good the whole race. You know, they were able to maintain that gap. You know, I think a lot of our comms has been about Scherer just staying with them. You know, being strong and sort of maintaining the gap behind them, saving fuel where they needed to. But actually, the opposite could be said. You know, that they just couldn't catch up, and the leaders were just, you know, keeping an eye on that, keeping them 2.5 seconds at bay, and quite comfortable with that.
They're still raging on, the Magic Arrow versus Effect battle up front. However, Christian Lamella of Simify coming to join the party here is the Spaniard.
Well, I think you better see this.
No, causing a collision. So, yeah. Into the pits comes Regarden of Sabout Esports. So right, they're done and dusted. They cannot finish on the podium now. And looking at where those two cars are, am I putting 2 and 2 to getting 5 here? I mean, that splash and dash maybe. Are they run? I mean, I don't think they were running close on fuel. Mind you, they were on that alternate strategy, weren't they? Because of an early incident. So this has been all I can see. Our stewards having a bit of a look at something there, Alex. You've got a better view than me as we look back from Effect. Wow, this penalty's going to hurt them.
Yeah, they're a third place in their
in the bag,
in the grasp there. They've done what they needed to do.
I think they were nearly having that second place, just pushing hard, just trying to get it and overworking the situation, and that's what. Wow. That's them done and dusted. I mean, depending on how it was drive-through, wasn't it? So they should still come out in 4th. However,
I don't know. It's only 20 odd seconds. No.
Oh, yeah, it will be tight, won't it?
It's quite. I mean, like I say, it is a drive-through, but it's quite a slow pit lane.
It is. It is. That's a very, very fair point. Also, Simify are catching on Magic Arrow. Now, it might not be Effect. It might be Simify who grabbed this. Lamella can see the clock is ticked down. 8.5 minutes left on the clock here from Watkins. And what has Lamella got left in the tank? He's in slipstream range, Alex. He's closing in on him. He's closing. It's 6 tenths. They come onto the brakes, and you can see he's so much more committed there through the bus stop.
I mean, basically, I mean, when you said to me, he's in the slipstream range, and it was like 7 tenths, I was like, yeah, there's no overtake going to happen there.
Yeah,
comes out of the bus stop 2 tenths of a second behind. Wow. Yeah, got a bit of traffic ahead, has affected him a little bit, but.
No, the contact there. And that is with, was that the Pearson?
Oh, they're into the wall.
Oh, no, it's all gone wrong. Oh, and they've taken the Effect car with them as well.
Oh, I don't know quite what happened there. It looked like the LMP2 turned in, and midway through the corner, I wasn't expecting them there. I am going to have a quick look.
Oh, but right, so Simify, they've pulled over, they've had to tow. Effect going incredibly slowly as well. Oh, right, well, that, all of a sudden, Alex, they've towed as well. So now, all of a sudden, Scuderia Volpe are onto the podium, and look who's in 4th. It's clash.
Yeah, well done.
I mean,
well, they deserved a good result after what happened last time.
They did, but I mean, the amazing part here is, for me, and we're only going to have 4 LMDHs finish on the lead lap. 4. Out of 15 starters, we've had, what, 3 retirements. We might even potentially have 2 more after this. Here from Watkins, and it's happened again. Drama in the final minutes of the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Series. And there is the clash car up into 4th overall for 8 places. Scuderia Volpe Viola up 10 places into 3rd. I mean, Magic Arrow, they're at 9 themselves. There's your leader, fiercely forward black, Martin Shenzhen. Are doing an absolutely flawless job for them right now, just keeping the car safe. Like cradling it like a baby to bring it home. And then they're home and drive 42 seconds the advantage. They will have known what happened earlier in the race. It's a race clutch. 2 incidents caught them out. They lost a 45-second lead. A very similar situation. And with being this close, 5 minutes, 40 seconds left, the last thing you need is a late-on incident. And I can see there's lots of, there's lots of chatter going on behind ourselves here in the commentary booth with the stewards. I can see plenty of pointing and shifting mice around here. What do you reckon, Alex?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm taking my headset off, trying to listen into
trying to get an ear roll in.
What they're thinking. That's for sure. That's a tough one. I have to say, looking at that from the 2 angles, really not sure what they're going to decide there. So, yeah, I think it's these times where I'm glad I'm here in the comms box and not doing that.
Well, let's take a little look at, let's take a look at some replays. Let's see if we could try and fathom this one out. So there was contact,
double hit,
but which then hit the car and and the effect had they actually lose it by themselves. Look, just distracted. I'm not even sure were they distracted. It wasn't even target fixation per se. I mean, how lucky did Magic Arrow feel right now? Do you think maybe a bit of a panic stamped on the brakes and that's what caused the front to lock for effect? It's hard to know, really, without actually being in the car. These cars are a lot less complicated compared to the LMP1 car counterparts that they've replaced, but even so, still complex machines and powerful equipment. Love to know your thoughts across in the chat. Now, Brabham were catching Walk Racing in LMP2. However, that gap is sort of stagnating. At one stage, they were, as was pointed much earlier out by Andy Fox in the chat, they were catching around about 1.5 seconds. However, that's sort of stagnated and equaled out now. Last time around, it was only by a 10th and 9.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Even at 1.5 seconds.
Much more than that.
Yeah. I mean, it needs to be
like 4 seconds now.
But that's just a catch, let alone to get past. So Walk looking like they're going to walk to victory here in Watkins. Brabham second, and it's going to be Pure Sims as things stand. Well, I mean, they've got a healthy gap of about 18 seconds to Alpha. That's looking good for them right now. And Tyler Klaus just put into real sterling performance this later on. That's the sister car that's involved in a battle. That's with the Sabout car, the Sabout 90. Marie Garson, and he's looking quite invigorating. Of course, had to take a little bit of a late splash and dash. So did the Alpha Esports blue car. So that's what's dropped these two down a little bit further than what we maybe expected to see them. And this one was going to go right to the wire. You can see him bouncing across those curbs. Zero mechanical sympathy going in at this late stage. We've got, what, 2.5 minutes left on the clock out of 3 hours. And where are... Oh, hold on. Simify and... Oh, no, sorry. Apologies. I thought that... I looked up, saw pit, panicked that there was in LMDH, there was late pit stops going on, but no apologies. Simify and Effect still in after that incident. Even if they retire the cars now, they will, in fact, still remain 7th and 8th overall because MA70 Spark getting back running again are 5 laps behind them. Probably 4 laps. Ooh, Effective Esports Blue causing a collision. 20-second post-race penalty. So, even if they pass the Sabout car in front of them, does not make any difference. And that is... I'm trying to see who that was in front of him. That was one of the LMDHs, isn't it? Just trying to make their way through. They're going to get a bit of a tow up the hill here. It's going to assist them a bit, but I think they may well be too far back to affect them now.
I'm just gonna surmise what the stewards are saying there is that obviously they took the wide line in there and cut back across.
So therefore
saw the car
gap was open.
Yeah, but saw the car was there and then didn't really adjust the line or anything like that. Hence the second collision. You know, they knew it. He knew they were there certainly at that point, and still tried to come across and contact. Like I say, I don't know exactly what they were saying, but that's just what I can guess there. So yeah, 20 seconds. Obviously, not enough time really for a drive through at this point. So same sort of penalty that you're going to get.
White flag is in the air. So when these two here, and this is your battle for fourth, is going to come right down to the wire. As no, hold on, that is our leader, fiercely forwards, Martin Shenzhen. So is white flag? It's going to be really, really close here, whether he gets across the line or whether he backs out of it.
Yeah, these things are hyper, hence the hypercar.
Well, yeah. So he's going to take the white flag now with 5 seconds left on the clock.
So who's going to run out of fuel? They're crossing the line with like 4 seconds to go. One more lap. I think there's a few people that were perhaps not counting on that.
Oh, well, there's Alpha up the inside of Sabout there. Now, they've got a penalty. So realistically, Sabout don't need to worry about it. Just let him go.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not worth risking it.
Don't fight, don't battle, you know.
No, just let him go. Don't worry about it. Jordy Spetkins getting the move done there late on, but what you try telling race drivers that as they come alongside Sabat on the outside, they're going to swoop through right around the outside into the bus stop. Job done, Callum Regarton.
Someone wants a headset.
I think they do. They want to be in the Storm 4 spotlight there. No questions asked whatsoever. Spectacular move here on the final lap. And ultimately, this isn't even for position, even though technically it is, as Alpha Esports Blue have got that post-race penalty to be applied to them, which will see them will actually finish. I'm trying to work this one out here. They're going to finish behind Hydro Race Geodesic, in fact, because of it. As they're still going at it, hammer and tong, but there is your leader.
That's not what you want.
No, it's not.
Coming to the penultimate corner.
Well, flawless, fiercely forward black. They stayed out of trouble all race long, and they're going to take the victory here from Watkins Glen, the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship. Congratulations to them, Martin Shenzhen. What a performance across the line from Alpha Esports Blue, and well, a great final lap overtake there for the Sabout Esports 90 car. Walk Racing Red, another team, flawless, have not put a foot wrong, started on pole, and they're going to finish in the lead. What a performance here from the Romanians. And
yeah, great job. Just like you say, they did a slightly different strategy to some of the others early on, just to kind of get a bit of free space, and it worked fine for them. Yep.
Absolute perfection.
Yeah, good job.
With the flash of the lights across the line, they come, your winners in LMP2. And talking about, well, staying out of trouble, and it all came down to strategy and a bit of luck to come their way. Marcus Kennel's going to take the victory in GTD for Shara Esports in BMW. And in fact, it's going to complete, well, if they all stay on the track, because you never quite know. A 1-2 for BMW here with Mercedes finishing on the podium. Astro Racing up the incredible 10 places.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
What can we say?
Impulse Racing 4th. Dalatraz there in 5th, and then Maniti in 6th. I have to say for Arnage, who got taken out earlier on in GTD, they'll perhaps be grateful to see their close rivals down in 5th, not scampering away too much on the points. They're still absolutely in it. Here's Astro Racing crossing the line as well.
Yeah. As I mentioned, up 10 places, started all the way down in 13th. Out of 20 runners. An impeccable performance from them. Yeah. Wow. What do we say to that one? I think
It was interesting. I mean, it was a bit chaotic at the start for sure. There was so much going on, and you know, we missed a fair bit. I think just because you just didn't know where to look. So yeah, apologies to to anyone who was like, oh, you didn't see our incident or you didn't see that. So yeah, we'll try our best, but yeah, it is a full grid out there for sure, and yeah, it was a bit mental at the start, but sort of settled down in the middle. Everyone split apart. Really wasn't sure what was going to happen and how it was going to play out, and then yeah, it all come to a head at the end. And yeah, attrition. I called it pretty early. I'm glad.
You absolutely
glad I know what I can talk about every now and again.
Well, exactly. Just shows you do know what you're on about, and just showing how you know, Martin Shenzhen there showing that you can do donuts in a hypercar. And that is how you do it, down at the 90. Congratulations to them, a well-deserved victory. We're going to head to a quick break right now. We'll be back on the other side in the studio with the full results and chatting to some of our drivers. You see you then.
Wow, what a race that was. It had absolutely everything in abundance. So, my microphone playing a bit of silly bug as well. Anyway, yeah, I mean, absolutely just everything going for it.
Yeah, great race. Like I say, great race. Really not sure exactly kind of how that kind of happened and played out and things like that. Just sort of split apart at the sort of the middle of the race and everything come back together, which was, you know, pretty crazy really. So give us some action. I was a bit worried halfway through that it was just going to be a bit of a snooze, but yeah, certainly people who weren't snoozing were the stewards. You know, we were just talking to them on the way out. So close on 50 incidents that they had to investigate tonight during that one. So yeah, pretty crazy.
It really did become a bit of a battle of attrition, didn't it, to say the least. I mean, like I said, I thought mid-race it was going to be that little bit of a quiet one here, and maybe you know, although it was busy out on track, not too bad. But then all of a sudden, I mean, it just kept going all the way in the end. Just the drivers needed a bit of a rest, and then just picked up and went all over again. Right at the end, Callum Regarton, which you said, I think someone wants that prize, don't they?
Oh yeah, it was a great move. Didn't need to. Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic overtake.
But that's the thing, when you're in the car, and sometimes even as your team, you don't realise that you don't need to make. Excuse me, that you don't need to make the pass, and that it's all okay.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, they probably didn't give him the call or anything like that, so he probably thought he had to go for it. But yeah, like I say, that's definitely going to be one I'm sure that's going to get nominated. There was a couple like that today, so. You know, maybe we will have to sift through them and see which one was the best one.
If that was one of your drivers, how would you have played that one out?
Oh, I mean, I would have
wanted to kill them. I definitely excited in an instant, or
they had enough space behind them, right? So that, yeah, if they'd have DNF'd, I would have been not happy. No. That's for That's for sure. So, yeah, that's like the best I can get to that is like, you know, Verstappen doing fastest lap of the race on the last lap. You know, the Red Bull engineers absolutely hate it. You know, it's the same thing, right? Don't
risk it. Yeah, it will come this way. We don't want to bin it on the last lap and then all of a sudden, bang. But it's all over that extra 1 point though in F1.
Yeah.
Just all an extra place here today. Let's talk to some of our drivers though. First up, I believe we've got our LMDH winners from Fiercely Forward, Black on the line. Can you hear?
Hello.
We can
Hello.
indeed.
Yes, we can.
Good. I love it when technology works.
It works. Always good when it works. Definitely. Well, I mean, what a race. I mean, I think coming into this race, seeing the pace that Race Clutch displayed in race 1 and then but opened up that massive gap early on. I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you didn't see yourselves winning the race here today.
To be honest, we were kind of prepared for the race, but we were going in with the mindset, okay, we have to do better than in Spa, because it should be our redemption day, to put it that way. Yeah, Race Clutch was pretty good from the beginning. We had a little bit of bad luck at the start with screen freezes on 8 and the bus stop, which was very scary. But yeah, we were lucky, to be honest, to end up in P1 since Race Clutch binned. Otherwise, I still think we would have had a strong shot to P2 or P3.
I think we're having a few audio technical... Okay, no. I thought for a second that we couldn't hear you on the actual broadcast, but we can hear you, but they couldn't hear you on the broadcast. But I think it's all good, so sorry about that.
From that, obviously, you know, I'm sure you must have seen from your relative and obviously, you know, any sort of data tools that you've got, all of a sudden that they're losing a lot of time, and then they lose a lot of time, and then to suddenly find yourself from being, you know, what I mean, I think you were more than 45 seconds down at that point against them. I mean, I think you must have felt like all of your Christmases have come at once, surely.
Yeah, of course. I mean, once they took off that quick, we were like, okay, let's focus on podium, get some important points after Spa. But of course, we were on the one side happy that they crashed. On the other side, it's never nice to see competitors crash, especially if you have a good relationship to them. But I mean, that's racing. That's especially Watkins Glen. We were like, okay, keep the nose clean and see what is going on and try to finish it and see where we end up.
And of course, we've got Monza coming up next round. A sort of similar but different track in some ways. How are you feeling about your form heading into Italy?
We are fairly confident. We got some strong drivers on the car for Monza. It's one of my favorite tracks in prototypes. We'll see about that. I think we will manage to get to a comfortable pace again and then, yeah, try to make it harder for Race Clutch this time.
Definitely fascinating to see. Well, congratulations. That's Fiercely Forward back. Your winners in LMDH. I think well deserved, and well, I do believe we've got Moldovan from LMP2. Alex, do you want to have anything on that, or?
Yeah, hello guys. Let's just give a quick mic check. Make sure you can hear us, okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, well, congratulations today. Yeah, interesting race out there. As I've been saying all the way through the commentary, is a race of attrition. You managed to keep yourselves kind of out of trouble with like a slightly different strategy with the short pit stop earlier on. Give yourself some free space, and then you were just able to kind of hold on to it and control the race from there. I mean, tell us sort of about it from your point of view. Was it always the plan to go for that kind of short stop earlier on?
Well, we have like an adaptive strategy because here on the track it's like very hard to overtake, and also if you catch traffic at the wrong moment, it can slow you down really much. So we had our priority to get as free and as much clean air as possible. So yeah, we the second stint shorter fuel than planned.
Yeah. Well, I say they seemed like the tactics worked absolutely perfectly. I mean, what kind of motivation does that give you and the rest of the team? Obviously, you've got the 3 cars in the series for sort of moving on for the next rounds.
Well, it gives us the motivation because the pace is there, so we clearly can fight for victory, and we make up for Spa. So yeah, it makes us extra motivated. We know it's not over yet; it's only 2 rounds, so we still have like 4 of them. So and we're gonna try to do our best to do our homework and yeah, to hope for the best.
Yeah, all the rest of the tracks are a little bit wider, a little bit more open, so perhaps not going to be quite so chaotic as this round. What's, you know, obviously you were looking for space and gaps all race this time, so what's going to be, obviously I don't want you to give anything away, but what's the kind of game plan that you've got up your sleeve for the next rounds to try and maximise the results?
Well, we need to see like the other tracks how the pace difference is between the classes, and also make sure like how easy it is to pass if we catch up a lower class or if a higher class comes behind us. So yeah, we're gonna need to do practice and punch the numbers, and then also to make the strategy after the qualifying, because even for qualifying we need a like strategy to see like where we can maximize our opportunities.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. Before I let you go, anyone you want to give a quick shout out to?
Yes, to the whole team which we did practice, to the team manager which helped me very much, to my friends, my cousin Dragos from UK who's watching, and to our sponsors, Sim Racing Design Argentina and Simography.
Awesome stuff. Thanks very much. You enjoy the celebrations and the victory.
Thank you.
Another team that just didn't put a foot wrong today. I think that was really the key, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like they're going to build on that. They've looked quite strong over the last, you know, these first couple of rounds. So they keep putting in performances like that. Obviously, with the win, you know, they'll be there at the end of the series, fighting out. I'm sure.
It's all about consistency. But let's take a little chat to our winner in GTD. Now I'm joined by Kemal. Took the checkered flag for them at the end. I mean, wow, definitely looked like a really tough race, certainly for the first half of it out there in GTD today.
You're talking to me? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time understanding you.
Yes, no, it's okay. I'll rephrase it. So it looked like in GTD for the first half of the race, Marcus, that it was a really tough race today.
Yeah, okay, now I got it.
That's okay.
Yeah, as always, you know, I guess first phase in Watkins Glen is always, I guess, trying to survive, looking ahead. I guess we were kind of lucky that the start was pretty smooth, I guess, from Luca. I think he's still down in the waiting area. But yeah, and after that we tucked into, like, I think P3 and followed in the slipstream for pretty much half the race, I guess. Yeah, we're just also a bit lucky with traffic, I guess, and just kept our head down. Yeah.
Well, I mean, from there,
I'll just take over as I think Tim's mic is dying. Yeah, I mean, so you were always playing kind of like that sort of 2.5 seconds back for the best part of the race. Were you doing any sort of fuel saving or anything like that early on in the race? Because it didn't look like you were putting too much pressure on the leaders, and as it was, obviously you didn't need to at the end. I mean, how did you see the last stint playing out without the incident?
Well, actually, we're still not sure what actually happened, so maybe you can tell me, but from our point of view, we're always wondering a little bit that they kind of were under-fueling. Talk about the 91 car now, I think.
Yeah.
and kind of maybe wondered what we did wrong. But I think after our last pit stop, they went in again to refuel. I'm not sure.
No, so they put 2 wheels over the pit exit line. So that was the problem. So they had they had an unsafe pit exit, which was the stop and go penalty. So it wasn't. We went back, we checked it. Yeah, they didn't speed coming out the pit, but they just put a couple of wheels over the white or the yellow line as it is at Watkins.
It was the pressure then after all.
Yeah, that's it.
Right. Yeah. Well, no, actually not like a huge amount of fuel saving from our side. Just trying to, stay in like let's say a throwing distance if they have a mistake or something. But yeah, wasn't able to push much more since the technical update with the toe in. The setup was kind of all over the place. So we're actually happy to already be in second place, but of course we always take first.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. No, a great win. You were always there within a shot of kind of winning this as well. So yeah, didn't put a foot wrong, and that's kind of what you've got. So yeah, enjoy this win. Same as I like to do for everyone. Anyone you want to give a shout out to while you're sort of on air on the broadcast right now?
Well, I guess biggest shout out to Sir Luca Alpert von Nordschleife, the whole Share esports team. Yeah, looking forward to the 6 hours, and yeah, see you guys. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. Yeah, like I said, go and enjoy the celebrations. Right, over to me to wrap the show up then, as yeah, Tim's mic has officially died at this point. So all those people that wanted to shut Tim up, there's your opportunity. So that's perfect. So yeah, so thanks very much everyone for tuning in. I want to give a quick shout out to the sponsors of the series as well. So to Stormforce Gaming for providing us, the main prize, which is the smartwatch, and then to ASUS as well for all of the Stormforce, sort of spot highlight prize winners that are going to be. See, we'll get the first of the prizes from last week's round shipped out as soon as possible. And keep an eye out on our social media as well, so that you can help to vote for what next week's winner will be once we've kind of sift through a few of those overtakes. I think definitely there's going to be some around the outsides of the bus stops that are going to be involved in that. Obviously, don't forget to tune back into us for next round. It'll be myself and Tim back in the booth. I'm sure Tim will be all mic'd up. Please, obviously, like I said halfway through the broadcast, please help the channel out, help the series out and the sponsors. Hopefully we can bring more of these events and great prizes and competitions to you by smashing that like button, hit the bell icon if you want to be notified when we go live. And yeah, like the broadcast as well, that really helps on the algorithm side. So just want to thank the production crew in the background, everyone for watching. I've been Alex Simpson. He's been Tim Cox, and yeah, we're done. We're out of here. We'll see you for the next round. Thank you very much for tuning in, guys.